very beautiful morning. Welcome to Good Morning Uganda. I'm Olive Monica Najama here in studio at Uganda Broadcasting Corporation here at Nile Avenue. Now, right next to me is Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. Later on, Jerome Paul Sonko will be joining us from Speak Resort Munyonyo, where the CAADP Kampala Summit is taking shape. Today is the first day of the summit, which will run up until the 11th of January 2025. We will be bringing you different updates regarding the summit that will have all leaders from 55 African Union member states present. There are ministers of foreign affairs, ministers of agriculture, farmers and the private sector, plus the civil society organization and so many more. Now, the theme for this year's summit is building resilient agri-food systems, and this is being adopted in Uganda. But the main reason for this is to ensure that we reduce hunger in Africa, but also make sure that we have food or food security in Africa for generations to come. This is why the CAADP Summit is very important to Uganda, but also the rest of Africa. And also, it is important for your food, trade, and livelihoods. Now, with that being said, I'd like to check on Robert. Good morning.
Good morning, lady. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Well, the day is here. We've waited for it. It's been a 10-year wait because this summit happens every 10 years. Now, it's been a 10-year wait where we are going to see heads of state, ministers for agriculture, ministers for foreign affairs, other technocrats meet in Uganda. And what are they going to be discussing? That is plans, a policy that is going to run agriculture in Africa for the next 10 years. Now, the reason why this African initiative, the CAADP, like my sister has mentioned here, is to ensure that Africa, we fight hunger or eliminate hunger and also promote or eliminate poverty through agriculture-led development. Now, what is going to happen here is these people are going to sit and come up with a document or policy or framework paper to follow for the next 10 years for the African continent to ensure that they eliminate hunger, poverty, and also promote rural development of Africa as a country. Remember, this is an extraordinary sitting of the African Union, because generally the African Union sits in Addis Ababa, and that happens usually in February. But every 10 years since the formation or establishment of this in 2003, we've seen the Maputo Declaration, then we had the Malabo Declaration, and now here we are coming to the Kampala Declaration. Now, we hope and believe as Africans that what comes out of Munyonyo after these 3 days is going to shape the future of agriculture in Africa.
Well, indeed, and to reiterate, this program is aimed at increasing food security and nutrition, reducing rural poverty, creating employment, and contributing to economic development while safeguarding the environment. Good stuff, if you ask me, because for so many decades, it's been reported in Africa that in as much as we are the food basket of the world, there are many parts of Africa where there is food insecurity. But also we have cases of food insecurity. So you can see that we unsafe food as well. So you can see that this summit is quite important for us as Africans.
And so I'm so taken up by the theme for this year, which is, like you earlier said, building resilient agri-food systems in Africa. Now, the word here is resilient, because when we look at the meaning of resilient, it means ability to withstand tough times or recover quickly. Now, what happens in Africa is sometimes you have bumper harvests, and there is food, and you don't even have what to do with that food. Most so where you don't have so much value addition to preserve this food. Now, after a few months, then Olive will tell you, I was in my village in Masaka, and these people, they don't have what to eat. But then you ask her, but Olive, just 2 months back, you told me, Chirabo, where I have brought for you matoke, beans, everything from my village. How come in these 3 months you're telling me that they don't have what to eat? So our agri-food systems are not resilient to climate change, are not resilient to sometimes also conflict, are not resilient to pests, resilient to diseases and all that. And now we want to see that the next 10 years, definitely we have methods of how we can withstand tough times when this happens. And all this is going to be happening and discussed and planned in Munyonyo, that's at the Speak Resort and Convention Center.
And also it should be noted that the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program aims at a 6% agricultural growth and requires African countries to put aside at least 10% of their budgets into agriculture. But, and this is a very big but, only 4% as far as Uganda is concerned has been put aside as far as agriculture is concerned. When you look at, when you fast track the countries that belong to the African Union, that is all African countries pretty much, you will find that it's only Rwanda that is on track to achieving this. It's also not there yet, but it's doing better than many other countries. But then experts will tell you that you could be looking at different components and different factors, including population. I mean, you can't compare a country like Rwanda to a country like Nigeria, a country like Ethiopia or Eritrea, and even a country like Uganda in terms of population and different aspects that we grapple with. But
maybe, that said, but still I would say maybe priorities, because most of these countries, their backbone is agriculture. However, many countries have given an excuse that much as they may not give the 10% directly of their national budget to agriculture, when they put money in roads, still that facilitates agriculture.
That's right.
When they put money in ICT and technology, you find that now maybe they're having drones to map areas, no, that is still agriculture. So they say by and large, we may hit that in other areas, but I think you rightly point out the fact that's very important to have these commitments. Just like we hoped 10 years ago that by this very year we'll have ended hunger in Africa and poverty by a half. Now it's 2025, here we are.
Yes, here we are indeed. But we have so much more. We will be having different experts to have conversations regarding agriculture and why CAADP is very important to us. So I implore you to stick with us because we are just getting started. Like I shared, we are starting the first day of the summit, and the summit is taking place here in Kampala at the Speak Resort Convention Center. Jerome Paul will be joining us later on to give us live updates of what's happening in Munyonyo, but also we have our reporters in Entebbe at the airport. They will also be appraising us of the arrivals of different heads of state and other dignitaries. So it's going to be a day intense and full of activity in Munyonyo and in Entebbe, and of course here in studio. Now what you see is Jerome Paul as he was having a conversation with one of the dignitaries yesterday at Munyonyo. The lady represents the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, and that's the first conversation he had. We will have a piece of that later on. Well, for now, we are getting into our news that we have collected over the last 24 hours.
And we will begin with the Vice President of Uganda, Jessica Alupo Major, who is in Ghana to attend the swearing-in of President John Dramani Mahama, where she is representing President Yoweri Museveni. The event, held at Accra's Black Star Square, brought together world leaders, including heads of state from 50 African countries, along with representatives from global powers like USA, UK, China, Japan, and Israel. A key moment of the ceremony was the swearing-in of Ghana's first female vice president, Nana Jane, marking a significant milestone in gender equality. President Mahama expressed deep gratitude to the Ghanaian people, reflecting on the country's democratic progress. He also acknowledged the vital role of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, especially his early concession that ensured a peaceful power transition. Mahama highlighted the changing global economy with rising BRICS nationals and the declining influence of the G7 countries. He also raised concern about security risks posed by artificial intelligence and emphasized the need for stronger public health systems to address climate change and pandemics. The president outlined his administration's priorities: economic recovery, governance reforms, and job creation, urging the business community to collaborate in building a prosperous and innovative Ghana. Back to Kampala. Hajat Sharifa Buzeki and Benon Kigenyi were officially sworn in as the new Executive Director and the Deputy Executive Director of Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, respectively. Both leaders have been urged to carry out their responsibilities with dedication and commitment. The ceremony was presided over by the Head of Public Service, Lucy Nachobe, alongside key figures such as Catherine Bitalakwate, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Public Service, Hajunus Kakande, Permanent Secretary in the Office of the President, and various ministers of Kampala, among other distinguished guests. In her inaugural speech, Sharifa expressed her commitment to serving the city with dedication, with a vision of modernizing Kampala and strengthening collaboration between the technical and political arms of KCCA. She outlined key priorities, including improving urban planning, enhancing traffic flow, and using technology to tackle corruption. Her swearing-in marks the starting of a new chapter in the city's leadership, replacing the outgoing acting director, Frank Russa, who expressed gratitude for the trust and cooperation he received during his time in office. Rotary International President Dr. Stefan Yurchik has expressed her deep admiration of Rotary Uganda's effort in establishing a cancer center. During her visit, she paid a courtesy call to Nsambya Rotary Cancer Center and launched the Digital Cancer Run. The international president toured projects being undertaken by Rotary clubs in Uganda. She also extended special recognition to the Catholic Church for donating the land on which the cancer center is being built, and praised government of Uganda for its collaboration in the initiative. The Rotary Cancer Center initiative, launched in 2010, has made impressive strides in raising awareness, offering free screening, building structure, and improving human resource capacity. She unveiled a fundraising smartphone app that enables global contributions and officially launched the 14th edition of the Cancer Run. The chairperson of the Cancer Run started this year's event and will feature 60 mini runs across Uganda and globally, along with corporate engagements and cancer awareness initiatives. And finally, from the local scene, a critical security meeting was convened at Kyambogo University, gathering all relevant security agencies to address pressing security issues in Kampala. The joint session aimed at strengthening security measures and ensure public safety in Kampala and surrounding districts. Security forces held this meeting to curb gangs and robberies and disruptive activities of musician gangs targeting communities during music festival. The combined effort aims to boost security measures and guarantee the safety of residents in Kampala and neighboring districts. In the meeting, led by Major General Stephen Mugerwa, commander of the 1st Infantry Division, focused on finding strategies to tackle and track, also comprehend gang members involved in criminal activities. Among the key issues discussed included measures to prevent robberies and other crimes in Kampala, as well as reinforcing collaboration between the UPDF, police, and the community to build trust and ensure public safety. This collaborative effort underscores the commitment of security agencies to tackle the growing security challenges in Kampala.
Now, crossing over to the international scene, Los Angeles officials are giving an update on the deadly wildfires. Click watch live at, the 4 ongoing fires, Palisades, Eaton, Hurst and Woodley, are 0% contained, with 5 people killed and more than 1,000 structures burnt. More than 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate from the Eaton fire and 37,000 from the Palisades inferno. Palisades, the first blaze to break out on Tuesday, has now become the most destructive in LA's history, this according to officials. Firefighters in Los Angeles experience a shortage of water as they try to contain wildfires burning in and around the city. BBC reporter who has lived in California for 25 years says seasonal wildfires are to be expected, but these are the most disturbing he has ever seen. Now moving on to India, the stampede. At least 6 are dead in a temple stampede in India. The stampede occurred during a 10-day annual festival at Lord Venkateswara Swami Temple in the city of Tirupati in Andhra Pradesh state. The Tirumara Tirupati Devashans, which oversees the affairs at the temple, had arranged for ticket counters to issue tokens to devotees on the occasion of the Vaikunta Ekadasi festival. Thousands of devotees from across India had gathered to visit the temple. According to the temple chairman, the stampede was triggered when the gate was opened to let out a woman who was feeling uneasy. At least 3 women were among those who died, according to a report by the Indian newspaper The Indian Express. It reported that at least 30 persons sustained serious injuries and have been taken to hospital. The state government ordered a probe into the incident, NDTV reported. State Chief Minister Naidu offered condolences to the families of the deceased, saying the deaths grieved me intensely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also offered his condolences. And lastly, Chadian government plays down gunshots in capital. The government of Chad has insisted the situation in capital N'Djamena is stable after gunshots were heard near the presidential palace. Foreign Minister Abdurrahman Kolmala said in a video apparently recorded within the palace complex that there had been a little incident, but that everything is quote-unquote calm. Sources close to the African states government said clashes had occurred between security forces and terrorist elements. The French news agency AFP quoted Kolmala as saying that 18 attackers and a member of the security forces had been killed. Chad is a landlocked country in northern Central Africa, which since gaining independence from France in 1960 has seen frequent periods of instability and fighting, most recently between government forces and those of Islamist group Boko Haram. It is led by President Mahamat Deby, who was installed by the military in 2021 after his father Idris Deby was killed in a battle with rebel forces after 30 years in power. Now with that, we cross over to the press review to see what newspapers from Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania have got for us, and we'll start with the New Vision, which reports polls Museveni summons NRM SEC members, party top organ to discuss 2026 electoral roadmap. Also, book series veteran psychiatrist narrates career journey. Still in the New Vision, bank manager dies after collapsing in bathroom. Pathologist breaks silence on Nebanda death. Government denies increasing fuel prices. And also, new KCCA boss vows to fight corruption. Now, when we take a look at the Daily Monitor, highway to hell, Mabira Highway, like the Bibili Core gateway to hell, is preferred by travelers. It is wider, shorter, and quicker to destinations, but it is also the road to perdition with crashes and fatalities triggered by numerous potholes that pepper the route. According to the Daily Monitor, in February 2023, 13 vehicles were involved in accidents, injuries reported, 2 and 10 fatalities. Then in May, we also see statistics of fatalities that occurred within Mabira. Now, in a pullout, how to beat January financial blues, and also in business, increase in prices of inputs push up construction inflation. And the Lizard is saying, is it accurate now? Asking a question regarding the final 2024 census report, which is a pullout inside, saying inside final 2024 census report, and also UTB in search for new boss.
And now looking at the Daily Nation, inside Ruto's plan to tame Gachagua. Also, the Daily Nation brings you new top police chiefs face fines, jail over rogue officers' action. And still the Daily Nation looks into why university students are in limbo ahead of new semester, and also KRA goes after Morara Kabeso over tax evasion. And now we move to the Citizens Central Bank upbeat on 2025 economic outlook. Now the Bank of Tanzania has projected a positive economic outlook for 2025, with mainland Tanzania and Zanzibar expected to experience growth of around 6 and 6.8% respectively. Wanted CNG suppliers for BRT buses and Meta modernization overhaul set to redefine social media landscape. These and more, you can get yourself a copy.
Well, now going back to the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Summit taking place today in Munyonyo. This is how the day is going to begin. Now, the sessions will start at 10 in the morning, and we will have host country and AU anthems, and we will also have welcoming remarks and statements. Now at 10:15 to 10:20 a.m. we will have a statement by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, who is the Commissioner Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment. Then African Union Commission. A statement by Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda and the Chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. At 10:30 to 10:35 in the morning, we will have a group photo and a health break. Then at 11:15 to 11:20 a.m. we will have the consideration and adoption of the work program, and this will be a closed session. Then 11:20 to 11:40 a.m. we will have a plenary session, presentation of the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan for the years 2026 to 2035. This too will be a closed session. Then at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. we will have the official opening of the exhibition. Opening, all dignitaries led by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, the Commissioner for ARBE, and also drafting of the ministerial report of the ministers responsible for agriculture. We'll have this live on UBC. Then at 5:45 to 6 p.m., we'll have closing remarks by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Sako, the AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda, and Chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. These two will be live on UBC. Now, today is Thursday, and in the spirit of throwing back, here is You Sang to Me by Mark Anthony. We'll take a short break. Stick with us.
Farmed fish, or aquaculture, as it's known, is one of the priority commodities being promoted under the agro-industrialization program. The goal is to see production of 1 million metric tons per annum in order to meet the national demand and for export. Currently, most fish in Uganda come from water bodies with a capacity of 700,000 metric tons per year. In order to address the demand for fish, government has ramped up promotion of fish farming, focusing on Nile tilapia, catfish, and mirror carp. Fish farming is picking up in Uganda, with 12,000 registered fish farmers across the country. Commercial farming is carried out in fish ponds or gigantic fish cages floating on Lake Victoria, like these cages belonging to Yali.
The Agro-Industrialization Program, AGI, is slowly beginning to have an impact that is leading to the transformation of the agriculture sector from subsistence farming into full commercial farming through enhanced production and productivity and value addition. The Agro-Industrialization Program was launched in 2020.
We have a population that is food and nutrition secure, that has registered increased income from the produce. We have also specialized in some areas. We are no longer advising farmers to grow whatever they grow.
Under the program, now in its fourth year, agriculture real GDP has continued to grow. In financial year 2022-2023, agriculture real GDP grew by 5.0 from 4.2, which was registered in financial year 2021-2022. In 2020-2021, when the program was launched, the growth was 3.5%. The growth is due largely to the increase in agriculture production. It was driven mainly by increased food production, livestock production, and the recovery in fishing activities. Agriculture value addition increased by 11% from 35,144 billion shillings in 2020 to 2021 to 39,028 billion in 2021-2022. It increased to 43,946 billion in financial year 2022-2023. Additionally, efforts have been put into reducing shortage of storage infrastructure and poor post-harvest management. As a result, post-harvest losses for priority commodities reduced by about 18.2%. The agro-industrialization program ties in well with the Parish Development Model, PDM. It is an important platform in enabling vulnerable households in the country to be supported to effectively benefit from programs like agro.
Well, my name is Olive Monica Najuma, and you are watching Good Morning Uganda. Now, right beside me is Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. Today, the 9th of January 2025, we have started the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Summit, which is taking place in Kampala. We've been talking about CAADP since the week began. If you're just joining us, it is a summit taking place in Kampala, and the point of discussion is Africa's agriculture. The theme of this year's summit is building resilient agri-food systems. And looking at CAADP, one wonders, what is the purpose of CAADP to Uganda and to Africa? What is the relevance? And that's what we want to highlight at this moment. Robert, good morning once again.
Morning once again, and of course to our viewers. You know, every second, every minute, someone new tunes in to UBC, and we really want to appreciate you for that. Now, first and foremost, we must understand that you cannot talk about CAADP without talking about the African Union.
Yes.
Now, the African Union, known to many people, it's a body that brings together African countries. And of course, it addresses many challenges of Africa. Previously, there was so much on independence of Africa, where we saw countries like South Africa, we saw recently South Sudan. It was more political and pushing for that. But it also has a number of other arms that work on specific issues. Now, when we talk about the CAADP, this specifically looks into issues of agriculture and how to fight hunger, because that was one of the challenges, or one of the challenges facing African countries, and how do we fight poverty, but through agriculture-led developments. Now, in 2002, like I said, the UN has different organs. We had NEPAD Secretariat and FAO. Now, when we talk about NEPAD, that is the New Partnership for Africa Development, and FAO meet, and they came up with a framework document which was adopted in 2003 by the first sitting of ministers of agriculture on the African continent in Rome, and they adopted what we now call the Africa Comprehensive Development Program on agriculture. Now, that is what is happening today. It was basically to see that, yes, all our economies, all our people are in agriculture, but how do we better as a continent, not individual country, but how do we better as a continent have a working document, have a policy, set targets, set guidelines that we can follow for a particular period. Now they set 10 years for a particular period, and this will guide us to assess how have we performed. This will guide us to avoid the shocks that we could be having. And that is why we are seeing them now sit in Kampala at the Speak Resort and Conventional Center to come up with a 10-year strategic plan, a 10-year policy, a 10-year working document that will guide African continent on a number of issues. Remember, CAADP has principles, and these principles are what guide the formulation. Briefly, if you are to look at some of the principles, agriculture growth through sustaining annual agricultural GDP growth of at least 6%. Now, that is one of the principles. Public-private partnerships, establishing, strengthen partnership between public and private sectors for at least 5 priority agriculture commodity value chains. So you see still they're moving into agriculture. Job creation, create job opportunities for at least 30% of the youth in agricultural value chain. So it's still looking at how best can we fight poverty, how best can we reduce or eliminate hunger on this continent as a continent, not as an individual country. Sustainable land management, where they look at extend the area under sustainable land management and reliable water control systems. Africa, most of us are in agriculture, but how do we ensure I have sustainable land management? Because you know what is happening to land. Today, we are having agriculture, we are carrying out agriculture in processes, or we are managing our land in processes that are not sustainable at all. You move to rural infrastructure, improve rural infrastructure and trade-related capacities for market access. Still, this is looking at how best do we have infrastructure that facilitates agriculture. That when I or you stay in Kampala, but goods, matoke, rice, whatever, produced in Kabera Maido can reach you in Kampala in that shortest time possible, if they are perishables, that they have not perished. But also here we don't look at only individual country. You still have a good network, a good road network that can take them to South Sudan, that can take them to Kenya, take them to Congo, take them to Tanzania. So this is also another core. Then food supply. Increase food supply and reduce hunger. In Africa today, much as we talk about agriculture, why these people are meeting is to see how do we reduce, how do we eliminate, how do we fight hunger. How does the continent Africa be independent of saying we are in danger, we need wheat from Russia? We have a very good climate, but we need wheat from Russia. Where's the United Nations? Uganda, people are dying. No, African countries thought it wise that this is something that they should fight. Agricultural research, which is promoting research, technology dissemination, and adoption. Now, in agriculture today, research is very important. When you look at the theme, building resilient agri-food systems, if you don't research to know that if there's wilt in a certain crop that is being grown in a certain part of Africa, how do we research to discover how we can end wilt, banner wilt for example, so that we don't have people lack food because of an outbreak or because of wilt? If it is a disease of animals, research is expensive, but how? Not only you as Uganda, how as a country? Because when you look at the greater horn of Africa, or the lives of many people in African countries, we have similarities. If you look at Kenya, you have pastoralists, if I use that word, the Masai. Come to Uganda, you have the Karamajongs. The other, you have the Turkana. So we have similarities that if we don't handle them as a continent, as countries together, following a particular well-streamlined document, we may not have a breakthrough. So this is why we saw the formation of CAADP, and this is why every 10 years these member states meet to discuss and draft a way forward to improve agriculture. That is why today we shall have the meeting of ministers of agriculture.
Yes.
Then tomorrow we shall have the ministers of agriculture meet with ministers of foreign affairs, because one of the initiatives also to promote transcontinental or trans-country trade. Now you need the ministers of agriculture, but also those of foreign affairs of these particular countries, so that if there are trade barriers, if I have my eggs here in Uganda, why not sell them to Sudan when they don't have the eggs? If I have excess milk, if I have excess maize, why don't I sell that to Kenya? So the ministers will look at issues at that level, those of foreign affairs. Then on the final day, we shall have the heads of state who look at these technical documents, what the technical people have come up with, and then finally, if they see they don't have to make changes or whatever they may prefer to make the changes, we shall have the longer waited for, because we've waited for now for every 10 years. So we shall now have that Kampala declaration that will shape the future, the next 10 years of what we follow as a country.
All right. Now, Robert, there has been an issue on the Malabo Declaration that is going to, should I say, expire, and we adopt the Kampala Declaration, that the commitments made 10 years ago by different African Union member states have not been reached or have not been exhausted. What do you say about that?
Well, that is a very disturbing issue. Because when you look at the key seven, believe you me, we've not done so much towards them. But also, we must understand that there have been challenges. And one of the key challenges has been climate change. The other key challenge, some of the African countries have had insecurities. War or rebel activity here and there, and getting the funds to do that has been a problem. For example, when you look at them, recommit to the CAADP principles and values, which I've just mentioned here. One would say, yes, how far have we gone towards those principles? You look at increased investment in agriculture. Now, the Malabo, these countries accepted and agreed that from here, when we go back, we must make sure in the next 10 years, by the expiry of the 10 years, we've increased investment into agriculture. I must say some countries have. And there are countries which haven't done so much. Like I said, if you want to look at increased investment, that is increasing money that you're putting into that area. Is agriculture at that point the most pressing issue? We've had pandemics. You have COVID-19, you have cholera, you have mpox.
We've had pandemic and epidemics.
Pandemics, epidemics.
Yes.
Now, your priority may not be agriculture at that time. You're not going to have rebels attack you and the majority, because insecurity has dominated a number of these countries.
True.
Pandemics, epidemics, COVID-19. You know, most economies are recovering. One would say, but if you look at the 10 years, COVID-19 has not been.
COVID-19 was
almost.
But it was a crucial part of the 10 years.
Yes, but also the diseases have been there. Now, when you look at end hunger by 2025.
2025?
2025. Now, we are in 2025. Yeah. Because remember, this was arrived at 10 years ago.
In 2014. So
they expected that in the next 10 years, hunger should not be in Africa.
But then they didn't foresee challenges like COVID-19, climate changes on the increase.
Insecurities.
Yes.
You're not going to grow food when guns are being fired.
No, you won't.
You know, so they didn't consider that. However, we've seen efforts towards certain of these steps. I'll show you the efforts later. Now, reduce poverty by a half by 2025.
Where are we?
How
much work has been done?
You still see that a number, for example, Uganda have about 38% of our population that is not in the money economy. That is not a small figure. No. But we've had initiatives like the Parish Development Model. But of course, now that by 2025 is already in poverty. When you go to countries like Sudan, go to Congo, mention Burundi, and many people are in absolute poverty. Now you go to increase intra-Africa trade in agro goods. I must say, this to a certain extent we have done, but also we've had challenges.
Like what challenges?
Standards have been an issue, for example, and some politicization into this. How best can you explain when our coffee was denied, when our maize was denied to enter Kenya because of aflatoxins? When our dairy products in some countries were not allowed. African countries, we are talking about African countries. We have the same blood, we have the same stomach, same environment, and someone says...
But when you mention the challenges, when you mention like the issue of maize not being able to be exported to different countries because of aflatoxins, that is a problem that we need to solve as Ugandans. We have a self-imposed ban on horticulture exports. And still, that is a self-ban, that is a problem that we need to fix. Are there efforts that have been made to fix some of these problems?
The efforts are there, but also I think we have issues of political. You know, one of the challenges Africa is facing, and I must say this may not be under this, but when I was listening to the Permanent Secretary Minister of Agriculture, he talked of even some other issues may come in here. That away from the standards, Africa will still have a challenge that rebels fighting me are using your territory. In some of countries in Africa. And some of these countries have not come to the fact that let's kill this enemy. That's why I must commend Uganda and the DRC. That when you talk about these rebels using your area as a safe zone to attack me, they said, come and wipe them out. They're also a problem to me. So some of these that we may think are based on standards have a political connection. So these also remain a challenge to us. That as you talk about trans-African trade in agricultural products, are we removing all these trade barriers? And I'm happy that the ministers for foreign affairs and those of agriculture are going to sit. Because you can't boast of maybe a population of 2.5 billion at some level, but as long as the fact is, you still have these barriers. I'm stuck with so many eggs. I'm stuck with so much milk. I'm stuck, but you have a market and you're not giving me access to your market. That means the continent will not grow to that level. Now we move to increased resilience of production systems and livelihood to climate change. We have tried some to that level, because today when we talk about climate change awareness, it is a talk globally and on the African continent. And I was happy when we had COP, African nations came out and said, no, the loss and damage fund, give us more money as African countries, because we suffer more, yet we bring less. So that we use this money to look at some of the challenges climate change has posed. I'm seeing quite a number of awareness, but you see, awareness is talking. If we are to fight climate change, how many African countries are having effective irrigation, starting with my home country?
Effective irrigation systems.
We still depend 90% of our farmers. I can even use 99%. Are depending on rainfall-fed agriculture.
And yet with the climate change and its effects, that is not sustainable.
That's
because
not sustainable.
Seasons have changed. You're expecting rains. I mean, in Uganda, which month is that? November? No, November is Musenene. Which month is Gatonya?
I can only tell you that I know our rain season March to May.
Okay, so we have seasons that were known for rain, even months named after rain. But now things have changed. When you least expect rain, you get rain. When you expect rain, you have the sun. You don't be surprised if it starts raining in January, which is supposed to be very dry. So that's no longer sustainable.
So the challenge now is how best do we ensure that these declarations we make, we achieve the target? As we sit and say, let's have targets. Because like a family where I want to look at the African continent as a family. We are all equals at the African Union. Now, when we sit and we plan, what strategies do we put in place to achieve our targets? Because these declarations set targets. Set targets that we must achieve in the next 10 years to ensure we end hunger, to ensure we eliminate poverty on the African continent through agricultural-led developments. Now, when you have climate change, and you have a very interesting theme, talking about resilient, having agri-food systems that are resilient. What measures have you put in place? Have you talked about irrigation for example, have you talked about how you can end conflict? Because, Olive, where there is war, people are not going to cultivate. We have refugees. The refugees on the African continent, I must emphasize this, that maybe 90% of these are not running away from natural calamities. That was an earthquake.
That there was a famine.
That there was a famine. 90% of our refugees that are causing other continents to support us with food are running away from a man-created problem.
Which is political.
Power of the barrel. Guns are being fired. Congolese are flooding Uganda.
Guns are being fired, South Sudanese are flooding.
Are flooding Uganda. And what it happens, in their area, even if it rains and climate change doesn't affect them, or there is no prolonged drought, they have not cultivated food. Definitely, you'll have World Food Program coming.
Even if they have cultivated food, if there is insecurity, like you said,
they'll run away.
They will take,
So, as you discuss building resilient, how do we factor in that either have a standby army?
But
have a strong,
Robert, away from that, let's look internally even deeper. You will find that we have regions in Uganda where there is plenty of food, and then we have like the Karamoja sub-region, some struggling with food. So, in your personal opinion, what mechanisms do you think that, because I believe this is a problem that is not only unique to Uganda.
Yes, you have the Turkanas there.
Exactly.
You have the Maasai.
So what mechanisms can African countries that are meeting at the CAADP summit adopt to ensure that there is equal distribution of food, if I may say that, across the continent?
First, mindset change. If there is a continent that I've known that has a problem of mindset change, is the African continent. Rigidity. We have things we still treasure. In Africa, you find someone who will tell you a cow is culture. You tell a person the world has moved away from pastoralism.
Has it though?
No, you want to speak that to their mind.
Okay. Or you want to tell them that probably you can, you know, you can have your cows, but you should plant some food. Okay.
Let's go to Western Uganda. Our brothers, the Banyankole, those tribes there. And credit to His Excellency, by the way, because he spearheaded this. Where you would find that a person stays in a hut, grass-thatched, but has about 600 cows.
And they can't sell to build a reasonable house.
They're not educating their children. They pride in cows. Now he came up and said, your cows, 600. You're milking maybe 300, but you can't get even 300 liters. Let's introduce the Frisian cow. Have maybe 40 cows. Live a good life. Educate your children. 40 cows giving you milk that is more than what 300 cows can give you. Mindset change. And I want to tell you, by and large, over time, we are seeing more people in this region now having zero grazing or paddocked system of cows and planning better, because now a person knows I'm not moving from here and walking there, walking there, walking there. Now, most of the areas that are affected are areas that are carrying out nomadic life or pastoralists. How do we carry out mindset change for a Karamajong to know that you're not going to depend on milk and blood from this cow, maybe once in a while also meat, but you have to plant food? For that Karamajong to understand, Turkana, Maasai, to understand that, hey, I'm moving around, loitering here, there, crossing to Uganda, to down there. How do we tell them you can have your animals well organized, but also grow food? How do we ensure, because I was reading a research, you know, Karamoja is one of the parts in this country that has fertile soils. You know, I reasoned soil scientists until I accepted that their science was true. Now, how do you explain to me that one of the areas in the country
with the most fertile
soil is the area that suffers the most, and we even have media stories that they are now eating leaves? So it's an issue of mindset change, then also deliberate and intentional provision of necessities. Many African countries are still depending on a hand hoe. I was giving a friend an example one time I was in Kampala, and what I saw disorganized me, Olive, so much. I saw 30 young men having hoes and digging. And many thought, as are these prisoners, but they're not in uniform. Someone told me, no, here what we do, this week we can all gather and cultivate your land. Now next week we come to you. The other week we come to you. 30 young men.
How will they develop?
Yet, a simple machine
can till the land in a few minutes.
In
minutes?
In minutes. And these men are doing something else very productive.
Yes.
So, if we do not have investments, this Karamajong, who is used to having a stick and look around and sleep in the shade, you may not impress him into agriculture by holding a hoe where even his fingers would do, and then, you know. But if you introduce this technology to that Karamajong, and it's easier for them, for the Turkana, for the Masai, to tilt their land technology-wise. If it is planting, we have Africans that are using even drones. Around here, you know, some of these things. So as they discuss these issues, they must look at possibilities. One, mechanization of agriculture, mindset change, but also where necessary, apply force on the African continent.
Now, Robert, I would like for us, and if the producer may, you see what we see on the screen. This is I'm seeing value addition to agricultural products. Now, the president has been really key on leading this, you know, telling Ugandans you should add value to what we have as a country. We should stop exporting raw materials, starting from coffee, going on to other products that we have as a country. Do you think we're on the right track yet? Are Ugandans adopting value addition? Or maybe, actually, the better question to ask here, do we have the resources to enable us to add value to our agricultural produce?
I want to say it's a 50-50. Value addition requires technology. Value addition requires knowledge. Value addition requires money. We have a food science department at Makerere University. Now, I've seen these in the micro production, helping these farmers add value that instead of milk, which is perishable, will go bad, we can make yogurt through this. But if you do it at a larger scale, still there's some bit of, if you look at the products that were running on the screen, you see the packaging.
Yes.
There's science in preserving. We can use natural preservation, but also we must understand that most of our farmers on the African continent deal in perishables. And perishables, much as we may export them, they have a shelf life. They will go bad. But if we add value, and value comes with improving shelf life. Now, our view of what I mean by shelf life is the time when you pick that mango, that passion fruit, that jackfruit, that tomato from your garden, that period it takes to go bad. How long can be kept on the shelf when it is still in its good form of consumption? Now, why we have challenges is that our farmers have not added value. That, for example, if it is milk, you're going to take milk to Somalia. how long does milk take to go bad? If not kept, if not under, even if you're keeping it under refrigeration or that. So how do you turn this milk into powder milk that has a longer shelf life, or a longer time to go bad? So when His Excellency talks about value addition as a priority, one, when you add value, you have money. Look at the coffee. You find a farmer maybe selling a kilo of coffee at about these coffee beans, maybe 3,000. Now, in that kilo, someone adds value who exports our coffee beans and can get in 1 kilo over 300,000. But where you've given out at 3,000. Now, value addition increases money that the farmers get, but also preserves. Our farmers most of the time sell cheaply because these are going to perish. They are exploited because these are perishables. So if the African continent can look at value addition, preserving, and we don't sell these things in the raw form they are in, we'll make more value, but we will also be able to speak with a common voice, because what we have, we are not afraid that if you don't take it, it will go bad.
All right. Now, we have viewers. One of them is Sebastian. He's saying, thank you for the summit. I'm following from Arusha, Tanzania. And then I have Sebastian is in Arusha, Tanzania. And then we have, you didn't leave your name. I think it's Angel. Angel is saying, well done, Robert. And then Honorable Atwar Jude Nicola says, good morning, Uganda. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Well, the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, also known as CAADP, is starting today in Munyonyo. And before we take a short break, I would like to take you back through the program to see how it will be moving. Now, at 10 to 10:15 a.m., the host country, which is Uganda, and AU anthems will be sung, and the welcoming remarks and statements will be heard. Then at 10:15 to 10:20 a.m., we will have the statement by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, who is the Commissioner, Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. Then we will have a statement by Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda, and he's also the Uganda, which is also the chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. At 10:30 to 10:35 a.m., we will have a group photo and a health break. All these will be live on UBC TV. Now at 11:15 to 11:20 a.m. we will have consideration and adoption of the work program, and this will be a closed session. At 11:20 to 11:40 we'll have the plenary session, and herein there will be the presentation of the 10-year CAADP strategy and Action Plan 2026-2035, and this will be a closed session. Later on at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. there will be the official opening of the exhibition, and it will be opening, or at the opening we will have all dignitaries led by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, Commissioner for ARBE, and we will have the drafting of the ministerial report of the ministers responsible for agriculture. This will be live on UBC. At 5:45 and 6 p.m. we will have the closing remarks by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, who is the AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment. And then we will have a closing remark from Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda and Chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment live on UBC TV. So this is the program for day one. We have our team at the Convention Center in Munyonyo. They will be bringing us live updates regarding the same. Jerome Paul too will be giving us updates regarding events as they unfold in Munyonyo. But also we have a team in Entebbe that will also be giving us updates regarding what will be taking place at the international airport. So today is a beehive of activity, if you ask me. Stick around with us. We will be giving you so much more as regards the CAADP Summit. But for now, we'll take a short break. Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
Uganda is at the cusp of attaining 1 billion plus in coffee export revenues as the country continues to ramp up production and improvements in the quality and standards of green coffee beans exported. In just 12 months, production increased significantly from 5.83 million 60 kilogram bags between November 2021 and October 2022 to 6.16 million bags a year later between November 2022 and October 2023. At $925.24 million and in
Well, as Uganda hosts the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, also known as CAADP Summit in Kampala, the Uganda Police Force and the Uganda Traffic Police have issued traffic advisories. And when we look at what it is going to be like, first of all, the summit is starting today, the 9th of January 2025 to the 11th of January 2025. That will be Saturday. So looking at the traffic advisory, Uganda Traffic Police says that some roads leading to Speak Resort Munyonyo will be closed to ensure secure and easy access for dignitaries and participants. Traffic will be diverted to alternative routes to minimize congestion and ensure a steady flow of traffic. The main routes for the summits will be Kampala Entebbe Expressway to Speak Resort Munyonyo. This will be the summit route. Kampala Entebbe Expressway, Northern Bypass, Binaisa Road, Mulago Traffic Lights, Old Chira Road for the delegates to sleep in the hotels that side. Now, it should be noted that the summit route, the Kampala Entebbe Expressway to Speak Resort Munyonyo, covers a stretch from Entebbe International Airport via Kajansi interchange. The corridor is expected to be tightly regulated with diversions and holding of traffic and other road users. The following diversions will be adhered to during the summit if need arises. And these include the Mpala traffic will be diverted to Entebbe Highway. This will leave Entebbe Expressway free for convoy use only. At Kasubi, traffic will be diverted to Nakauka Road and access Kampala to Kampala City will be that side at Chisubi, I beg your pardon. This diversion will decongest Entebbe Highway. Now at Kajansi flyover, traffic police will divert motorists from accessing Munyonyo Spa and Expressway instead to use Kajansi flyover to Lubowa Zana. Now, there will be diversions at Serena Chigo traffic lights, Mutungo Chitiko traffic lights, and Busabala Junction for any vehicle sighted along Munyonyo Spur. Now, there will also be a security checkpoint to screen all vehicles and diversion of motorists at Munyonyo roundabout to face Salama Road and Buziga. Any motorists approaching Munyonyo will be diverted at UCB Road to access Buziga, Lukuli areas. At Northern Bypass, there will be a diversion at Busega Flyover and at a slip road to restrict vehicles from accessing the Kampala Expressway. There will be other traffic direction and diversions along Northern Bypass at Sentema, Nansana, Bwaise Interchange, Flyover and slip roads. Traffic police will hold traffic flow at other road junctions, access roads and regulate it according to the movement of delegates. Also, traffic police will hold all road users at 50 meters from these junctions. All access routes leading to the summit venue and hotels where the delegates will be residing will be sealed off by security and traffic. Traffic will be in place to guide further. No motorcycles will be allowed to access Kajansi Munyonyo Spa. The police says they urge all travelers with flights at Entebbe International Airport to plan their journeys in advance to avoid any inconveniences and delays. To the general public, we are kindly appealing for your patience and courtesy towards the summit delegates. Your cooperation and understanding will be greatly appreciated and will contribute to the success of this international event. That's according to the Uganda Police Force.
Topic of the day on UBC.
He expected me to die like within the first 2 years.
Out of the blue, the child will get pains, especially in the wrists. And this happens commonly when children are starting to walk.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, don't know.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks. Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000. Or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily, or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m. In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. Okay. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
comprehensive Africa Agriculture Summit is starting today at the Speak Resort in Munyonyo. We have teams on ground ready to bring us live updates once the summit starts. It will be starting at around 10:15 a.m. So we will be bringing you live updates regarding the same. But currently we are at the broadcast house at Nile Avenue. This is Uganda Broadcasting Corporation and you're watching Good Morning Uganda. My name is Olive Monica Najuma. Now, we have been involved in quite a number of conversations regarding the relevance of CAADP to Uganda, the rest of Africa, and how it will shape Africa's agricultural future. But many conversations are still to be had regarding the same, because agriculture is really the bedrock of our society. It is the engine that enables our country to run. There is so much to discuss regarding the same. That's why we keep bringing you different experts to share their opinions as far as CAADP is concerned, but also the future of Africa's agricultural future and also Uganda's agriculture future. I like to narrow it down to the country, because after everything is said and done, it is what happens here at home at the grassroots that matters to most of you, dear viewers. Well, joining me for a conversation is Chariton Namwoza, who is the CEO, National Organic Agricultural Movement of Uganda, NOGAM, and President, African Organic Network, that is AfroNet. And I am Olive Monica Najuma. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Olive, and I would like to thank you very much for hosting me again. I think this being the first time in 2025, permit me to wish our viewers and of course you and the management of UBC a fantastic 2025. And to put it more accurately, coming from the world of organic agriculture, I wish you an organic 2025.
All right, thank you so much. And actually, that's where we will start. What do you do? What does the National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda stand for? What is your key mandate?
Yeah, so I'll talk about NOGAMO, the National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, but I will also talk about the African Organic Network, which is the continental body that unites all the NOGAMs. Every country has a national organic agriculture movement. So at the continental level, I lead the organic movement. And so I'll be talking about Africa as well as Uganda. And to talk about NOGAMO, we are the voice and leader of the organic industry in Uganda. And we've been in existence since 2003. Rather 2001, and we are 23 years old. We'll be making 24 years very, very soon. And we were founded basically to drive organic agriculture development in Uganda, focusing on 4 pillars: market linkages, linking our farmers, or producers, manufacturers, traders to local, regional, and global organic markets. Then standards and certification, ensuring that we build capacity for compliance with different standards, local, regional, and international standards, which again are marketing tools, because once you attain certification, you're able to get into that market. And then thirdly, training, research, and extension, where we build capacity of our members to engage in organic production at different levels at the farm, but also manufacturing and so on. And then last but not least, we engage on the advocacy front, working very closely with the government and other stakeholders to create an enabling environment that supports the growth of the organic sector. So that's NOGAM. And at the continental level, as I said earlier, AfroNet is the continental body that unites all the organic movements in Africa. And we are privileged to be part of the process of the CAADP. We've participated in different sessions where we have contributed to what we want to see, the Africa we want to see in terms of our agriculture sector. And I'll be bringing in different perspectives of what the organic actors expect to see in the CAADP strategy 2026-2035.
Okay. Yeah. Now, since we are speaking matters organic, I don't know if growing up I had that word so much the way I hear it today. Yeah. Yes. Why is it so important for us as Africans, but also the world at large, to consume organic foods?
You know, it is important to recognize that food should be safe, should be nutritious, and apart from its benefits, it should also impact positively on the environment. So organic takes care of all these different aspects that the consumer is looking for in food, but also that they want to see in the environment. Because we have discovered over the years that because of agriculture, we have destroyed our environment. And while humans want to see adequate food, good food, and that's partly what CAADP is trying to address. You know, food and nutrition security. It's not just about what you eat, but the benefits that you derive from what you eat. So organic has, over the years, become so popular. It is being, I think, when you Google, it's mentioned several times. Yes. The world is increasingly recognizing the need to consume safe, nutritious, and healthy organic foods. Because we want to take care of our health, we want to take care of our environment, we want to take care of the people that are involved in producing this food. And organic addresses these three aspects: the food safety, the environment, but also the social lives, the people that are involved, how are they taken care of. And these are the three aspects that drive the global organic demand. And when you look at the market for organic products globally, these are the most important factors, and organic agriculture takes care of this.
Okay. Well, we are starting off the day with conversations regarding the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Summit, Kampala. And it starts today by 10 a.m., around 10:15, 10:20. The summit will have kicked off, and Uganda is the official host. Now, the summit was first held in 2003 in Maputo, and the Maputo Declaration was adopted then. Normally the declarations last for a period of 10 years. Now, in 2014, there was the Malabo Declaration that has run from 2014 to now 2025. This week, we will have the third declaration, or the third generation declaration, and that is the Kampala Declaration. So, yes, we are looking into the CAADP, the summit. Why is it important? And of course, we want to unveil and see, when you look at the Malabo Declaration that was that was adopted 10 years ago, what was therein and what has been done to ensure that most of what was recommended within that declaration was adopted? Where are we standing as far as that declaration is concerned before we even get excited about the new one? And Chariton, that's where you and I are going to start our conversation.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the Malabo Declaration. What was enshrined within it?
You know, and you've given a very good background. It is important for our viewers to recognize that the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program was developed by the African Union in 2003. And the goal was to basically ensure food and nutrition security, reduce rural poverty, and of course ensure that we create employment for the people that are involved in the sector, and then contribute towards economic growth, while of course protecting the environment. Now, we quickly realized, of course our heads of state and government realized in 2014 that they needed to renew their commitments because not much had been achieved. So what you call the Maputo Declaration, in my opinion, did not achieve much. And so they came up with the Malabo Declaration in 2014, which set very ambitious goals. And one of them was to eradicate hunger.
Yes.
Think about eradicating hunger, where everyone
has food.
Has food.
Yes.
And then, and not just food, but good food, nutritious food.
Safe food.
But another goal was to eliminate or reduce malnutrition, malnutrition, because they realized that African children are not feeding very well. Again, nutrition is an issue. But most importantly, ensuring resilient agri-food systems. And that's where we come in as the organic sector. And when you look at, in 2004, rather 2024, last year in February, the African heads of state at their assembly realized that they were not on track. Africa was not on track in terms of achieving the targets that had been set. And that by 2025, we would not be anywhere close to what had been set as targets. And that meant that they needed now to come up with a new strategy. And that's why the Kampala summit is here. And I would like to congratulate the Ugandans under the leadership of our president for hosting this summit, because the word Kampala is going to be very, very popular. I mean, just like organic, how it is mentioned severally now.
Yes.
Kampala is going to be mentioned for the next 10 years. Each time we are referring to commitments from the African heads of state. And I think this is an opportunity for Ugandans to position our organic sector, which I think differentiates us from the rest of the world, because you might be aware that Uganda is the country with the highest number of certified farmers on the African continent and the second highest in the world. So our delegates, our heads of state and government, we're going to have about 2,000 delegates, should be able to test this organic food, from potatoes to cassava to organic rice, enjoy the coffee, the delicious fruits, pineapple, apple, banana, avocado, and so on and so forth. I think we should be able to demonstrate that Uganda is a food basket for organic products. But away from that, we ought to recognize that organic agriculture will be a sure path for ensuring resilient agri-food systems in Africa. And when you scan Africa, when you traverse Africa, you know, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, smallholder farmers take the lead in terms of producing food. And they account for about 70% of the farming community in Africa. I've just hosted a delegation from Eritrea. They came to Uganda to learn a few things about organic agriculture. And the conversation that we had highlighted the fact that some of the challenges that we face in Uganda are the same challenges that the farmers in Eritrea are facing. And when you go to the south, when you go to across Africa, the smallholder farmer has challenges that need to be addressed. And so when we are talking about CAADP and the new strategy, 2026-2035, we ought to understand that this smallholder farmer is the most important in the farming community in Africa. And they have challenges, low production, they have smallholder, they have small farms, and because of these small farms and low input agriculture, they cannot generate substantial quantities. And if they can't grow enough, then they cannot sell enough. And if they can't sell enough, they can't make money. So we ought to realize that this farmer is facing challenges to produce because they don't have access to the inputs they need. So we need now to understand what it takes to empower this farmer to engage in production to be able to participate in trade. And I would like to highlight this at this very point, that Uganda and of course many African nations have developed some capacity to produce organic inputs. And Uganda is home to about 15 manufacturers of excellent organic inputs, fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, crop protection inputs, but also probiotics for animals for increased milk production, egg production. And so one of the things that our heads of state need to focus on is how to ensure increased production of these affordable inputs and ensure that they are accessed by our farmers to be able to increase production and productivity. The second thing that we ought to focus on is the increased trade, intra-Africa trade. And it's one of the goals of the Malabo Declaration, and it has not been achieved. We tend to focus on the global or export markets, and I think the agriculture system in Africa has been designed to meet the needs of the export markets, so that the local and regional markets are ignored. And so over the next 10 years, we need to put some emphasis on putting in place strategies that will guarantee increased regional trade, because regional markets, domestic and regional markets, cushion us against the effects of the global markets. You might remember that last year the United States government dropped Uganda from the AGOA, yes, African Growth Opportunity Act, and that meant that we would not export as much as we were required to export to the United States market. So that tells you how delicate export markets can be, and without regional and domestic markets, it becomes difficult for this farmer to engage in agricultural production sustainably. So that is one area, but also apart from that, we must ensure that we build the competitiveness of our producers in terms of quality assurance, putting in place robust, certifiable quality management systems that guarantee quality to the market. The consumer is not just looking for pineapples. They want good quality pineapples. They're not just looking for coffee. They want to see good quality coffee. They want to test it and trust that it is from a good source. So issues of traceability are important. How do you guarantee to the market that this product has been produced using acceptable or allowable inputs? And can you trace the product back to its source? And can you guarantee to the market that it is safe, it is nutritious? Okay, so these are some of the things that we ought to focus on. And the other thing that is very, very important is over the years, we've lost a lot of food or agricultural produce because of poor post-harvest handling techniques. We have a situation where a farmer spends 4 months on their farm. They are making every effort to produce. But as soon as they harvest, they lose about 30 or 40 or 50% of their produce because they don't have where to store it. You agree with me that in the past, and where I grew up from, we used to have granaries.
That's right.
Yeah?
We don't have granaries anymore?
I mean, you walk around, you go to the villages.
Is that an issue? Is it because of land fragmentation?
Well, land fragmentation is one, but I think we have lost focus on the most important things that a farmer needs at their level. And I think when we talk about investments in agriculture, we must look at the infrastructure at the farmer level, because a lot goes wrong at the farmer level. So in terms of aggregating, how do we aggregate produce from farmers when there are no stores, there are no adequate warehouses? And we are talking about in Uganda the parish development model.
Yes.
The parish development model is putting money in the hands of individual farmers. But what can an individual farmer do on their own without a community kind of approach? So we need a granary, if you like, at the farmer level, but we also need bulking centers, at the community level, where 100 farmers are able to put their coffee or maize in one place. And that will attract a serious buyer that will come and bargain with these farmers and pay a good price. Otherwise, at the moment, it's the middleman that will come to the farmer and say, look, I'm giving you 1,000 instead of 1,500
So the middleman determines the price.
So the middleman determines the price. So these are issues that we must seriously take into consideration during the Kampala summit, as it's dubbed. And we need to understand that without looking at the situation the farmer is trapped into, we cannot progress much. And when we're talking about resilient agri-food systems and livelihoods, we must address those critical needs at the farmer level. But when you go further, as you go further, up the value chain, in terms of marketing infrastructure, we need to put in place strategies to ensure that our products now flow from the farm up to the market.
Yes.
And as I said, let's not just focus on the export markets. We have demand at the local level, we have demand at the regional level. I'll give you an example. We have one of the supermarket chains here. I don't want to be their marketeer. They visited one of our events last year, and they saw what farmers had exhibited. At that event, we also had an exhibition, and farmers had exhibited a number of products, and they picked interest in these. And they told us, look, we have 12 stores here in the country, and we have over 40 stores in the region, and many stores in the Middle East and in Europe. What would happen if one farmer or a group of farmers had what it takes to produce, package, brand, and sell their product in the supermarket chain? It's going to go all over. Yeah. And that means a lot of demand for the farmer's product. So,
but that's not something a farmer can do if they are working in a singular form.
Yeah. A farmer cannot do that on their own.
Yes.
They need to come together. So again, that brings in another important issue of institutional capacity at the farmer level. Our smallholder farmers need to be organized, and they need to be, and of course, we have severally underscored the importance of farmers, organizations, or associations, or cooperatives. And that is a key point that we need to bring to this debate. We are talking about farmers that are working individually. But while working individually, they cannot access the market individually.
They cannot access credit services.
The only way, they cannot access finance or credit services. So the only way to access these services is to come together. But they can't come together because they have an individualistic kind of attitude. So you need to address issues of group dynamics. How do I relate to my neighbor? How do I bulk? How do I ensure that I'm producing an acceptable quality and that my neighbor is also doing the same, so that when we bulk, we'll not have issues of poor quality products at the end of the day. So we need now to invest in building institutions at the farmer level that will guarantee organization, that will guarantee access to inputs, that will guarantee access to financial or services, that will guarantee access to markets. And that's where, of course, cooperatives and farmers associations and organizations need to be supported.
Now, on the issue of the individualistic attitude, do you think this could probably stem from the idea that you will find different farmers, let's say in 50-mile radius, and each of them is dealing in something else. I have sweet potatoes here, someone else has matoke there, maybe someone has a coffee farm somewhere. So the same area has so many things being grown at the same time. Whereas if you go to countries like the United States, if you go to the state of Texas, you'll find that a certain town, or I don't know what to call it, let me call it a town, maybe is just into animal rearing, cattle, right? And then you'll go somewhere else and they are growing maybe soybeans. Okay, so do you think that individualistic attitude may stem from the fact that we are growing different things at the same time?
Actually, what is true is that most of the farmers are involved in diverse cropping systems or enterprises. They have coffee intercropped with banana. Sometimes they grow cassava.
Intercropped with beans?
With beans. Maize intercropped with beans or nuts.
Yes.
So there is a lot of diversity at the farmer level. What you call typical traditional farming practices take into account different crops or enterprises. And apart from crops, you have animals, you have goats, you have
they're in the same
chicken. You have, a farmer is rich in terms of diversity.
Yes.
Their farms are rich in terms of diversity. I think the challenge is not so much to do with the diversity, because that is, diversity is very, very important. There are benefits of diversity at the farmer
especially
level.
in Africa, where we have tribes. We are at a level of tribes and we do not feed on the same thing.
Exactly, exactly, because you have different cultures consuming different food stuff. Whereas a Musoga, like me, wants to eat duma.
What is
duma? Is maize. You're going to learn some Lusoga, I'm sure.
And what is emboli?
Emboli is potato.
Okay.
Yeah. The Munyankole would be happy to eat their kalo or banana, or the Muganda would be happy with amatoke, a toke, what they call emere.
So there is no other food. Is there any other food?
Well, I've told you about my duma and and posho. So if you give a Munyankole posho, I mean, they're going to look at you like you're not happy to host them.
Exactly.
Give them what they want. So different cultures, of course, will grow different crops because this is what they want. So culture is important. But the point here is diversity should be given a lot of attention because it comes with a lot of benefits, environmental benefits, managing pests and diseases, breaking the disease cycles and what have you. But back to the point that you raised, what can we do to ensure that these farmers that are working as individuals, that have an individualistic attitude, how can they come together to produce something that is common to all of them? And I think when you look at the different agroecological zones, you'll see that if you want bananas today, where do they come from? Mostly the central region and the western region.
Yes.
If you want sesame or oil crops, where do they come from? Mostly the northern region.
Yes.
If you want maize, you can guess where it comes from. All right?
Is it Busoga?
Okay, Busoga, partly Busoga and partly the central, the Chiboga area. Chiboga Mitiana area.
Yes.
If you want coffee, where will you get it?
Mostly from Buganda.
The central region,
yes,
but also the mountainous areas, the Elgon, the Kapchora,
yes.
Mbali side, but also Paida and down to Renzori. So, can we support farmers in these different regions to ensure that each household in that region grows maize? Okay, and of course, maize now cannot work in Busoga because now we don't have enough land. It has to go to the north where they have a lot of land because on a small scale you can't make money out of maize. But of course the culture in Busoga is such that every household must have some maize. including myself. So
just like it is in Buganda, every household must have a coffee
Olusuku
garden
or
or
a coffee garden.
Lusuku.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
So can we support farmers in the different areas to focus on a few crops, while of course ensuring biodiversity? Because you don't have to go monocropping and walk down the path of the United States, where they're growing wheat on large scale, and Europe, where they're growing wheat and the other crops on a large scale. And in the process, they're destroying their environment, they're destroying their biodiversity and creating many problems. Because this is where the problems of poor nutrition start from. And that's why while they might appear to be food self-sufficient, you will understand that they continue to import because they don't produce everything that they need. They have to depend on Africa. They have to depend on the smallholder farmer in Africa who is producing maize, who is producing soybean, who is producing oilseeds, who is producing coffee, and a diversity of crops. And so we need to define our own path as Africa by focusing on the most important crops, but also ensuring that all the other foodstuffs that we need to consume ourselves are well taken care of.
Okay, now if I may turn your attention to the screen. Earlier on when I was having a conversation with my colleague, he said there are areas in this country where you're going to find over 30 groups of, a group of 30 young men with hand hoes digging. So they go cultivate one person's land, then the next day they will go and cultivate one person's land. And his argument was we need to invest more in mechanization of agriculture for us to gain more out of it. Now, as I look earlier on, as I was looking at the screen, I saw some I don't know how to term them, but like tractors of some sort. And as someone that is at the forefront of organic farming, do you think that we are to a degree lagging behind in the agricultural sector in Uganda because of the rudimentary ways of farming that we have failed to put aside and adopt new habits?
That is true, but we must be careful. Because when you talk about mechanization, we must look at it from the perspective of a smallholder farmer. Okay. And so when we talk about mechanization and all we are looking at are the big tractors, which are appropriate for big farms in the US and Europe and other
even here
countries.
We have some big farms.
Yes, we have some countries. We have some farms that are big, and I recognize that we have good farmers, big commercial farmers, especially in the north where you have a lot of land. But generally speaking, the country has faced a challenge of land fragmentation. So when we talk about mechanization, we must look at the smallholder farm. How big is it? 3-4 acres. Is it appropriate to bring a big tractor, which, of course, apart from opening land, will also destroy nearly everything because tractors and big tractors are appropriate in monocropping systems. Yes. But now, within an environment where you have a diversity of crops, we must now bring in the small tractors and that are appropriate for the smallholder farmer. Because we are talking about the majority. 70 to 80% are smallholder farmers. So you cannot be talking about something, and I keep illustrating this with what I call the big shoe effect. The big shoe effect, where you're putting your foot in a big shoe. It doesn't fit. So you're not going to walk comfortably. Yeah. And I think this has been one of the challenges that we've faced as a continent, where we assume that what has worked for America, what has worked for the Europeans, will be a copy and paste kind of venture, where you bring in tractors, open land, and do all these things. And I also know that there are some tractors that are lying idle because they cannot be operated in a farming situation where you have 1 acre, 2 acres, 3 acres, and you have coffee and you have all these things. So we need to bring in appropriate technologies. And when we talk about mechanization, in my opinion, we should look at the small tractors, the hand-driven tractors, and then the youth can operate these. But we also have, you know, weeding is I think one of the most laborious things here. They say, oh, weeds, and that's why some farmers apply chemicals, yeah, herbicides to kill weeds. But we now have small tools, you know, that slash, and they are operated, I think they run on petrol or diesel or something like that. And it's easy to clear, to slash or to clear weeds in a big plantation using these machines, and the youth can do this. And of course we must understand that youth in Africa are very important. I think the African population is very young.
It is very young,
yeah.
And unfortunately the youth are left behind when matters agriculture are on the table.
Yeah, but now that's where, and this is what is interesting for the youth. If you're talking about mechanization, they are very energetic. They can operate these hand-driven, you know, tractors. They can operate oxen plows. They can engage in the production of inputs. They can engage in marketing, in branding, things that are interesting, more interesting. And I think this is one of the issues that we need to address, that the smallholder farmer that we're talking about in Africa has aged. They're old. And at the same time, the youth who should be taking over the operations of their fathers and grandfathers are not anywhere to be seen, you know, around the farm. So how do we attract youth to the farm? How do we ensure that they participate in agricultural production? Because 15, 20, 30 years from now, the smallholder farmers, the majority of the smallholder farmers today will be gone.
And what will be left?
And then what will be left?
The youth
There'll
must
be
be in this conversation.
We must attract youth
yes.
to the farm.
So I'll ask you a question I like asking my guests when we are speaking matters agriculture. So how best then can we make agriculture attractive and sexy to the youth?
Good question. And I think this is the 6th time I'm answering this question just this year. This
really?
year. Just this year.
Okay.
It's the 9th of January. But I have had interviews, I have had conversations talking about this. How do we make it attractive for the youth? I think let us highlight the important aspects of agriculture that can attract youth. They don't have land. How do we provide land? How do we provide access to land? We have idle land in the country. We have absentee landowners. Can we have a partnership with these absentee landlords so that we rent 2 square miles of land, for instance, and we can apportion blocks, different pieces of land to youth. And when we are talking about youth, we should not just look at the youth in the rural areas only. We have youth that are graduating from the universities. They don't have jobs. They don't have employment. Can we, and this is one of the goals of CAADP, how do we bring them to the agriculture sector and create employment opportunities for them? As I said, that's one of them. Rent land, apportion small pieces, 1 acre, 2 acres. Those would be 640 youth on a square mile. If it's 10 square miles, we are talking about 6,400 youth. We can get the university students, we can get the students in the secondary schools, young people. Young people can engage in production. And we can do that at the community level, for instance, especially where there is land. And the parents can be involved with them. And that way, it will be easy for them. And while doing that, we should also guarantee markets for them. And that's what we've been talking about at the domestic level, at the regional level, at the global level. We have hotels and restaurants. Can we engage with hotels and have a partnership with them and say, a group of youth is producing tomatoes, for instance. can you buy these tomatoes on a weekly basis or monthly basis, or as and when they are ready to be sold? And can we put in place aggregation centers to ensure that these youth, put all the produce together? That's one area. But also one aspect that is very, very interesting and which the youth can do very well is in the area of producing inputs, fertilizers. You've heard about the zero waste management. We have a lot of wastes that can be turned into a resource. You have waste in the urban centers, which could be converted into fertilizers using the black soldier fly, for instance. That's one of the technologies that is very interesting. And you produce the fertilizer, but also the protein, the maggot, can be turned into protein. I know, I can see your face. When we talk about maggots, a typical Ugandan will look at you with that face. But this is a source of protein, and it can be used to produce feed for animals, for poultry, for cattle, for pigs, and all the others. And it's one of the best so far. It's one of the best sources of protein and affordable. And that can be done by the youth. The other day, I collected eggs from a young person based in Entebbe. He told me as a farmer, I asked him, what do you grow? He said, no, I do BSF, black soldier flies. So I sell eggs for people that want to start their BSF projects. I sell eggs, and he harvests eggs and sells them in grams. Each gram is, 10 grams is 20,000. So, and 10 grams is a very, very small, bit. So inputs, I think, could be one of the things that youth can do very well. But also things like marketing and branding.
I was coming to that because I wanted to ask you also look into other ways the youth can contribute to agriculture without, minus them necessarily being directly involved in cultivation and growing of the produce.
So marketing, when a youth finds their niche in marketing, it's going to be interesting because they touch the money. They touch the money. They go to the consumer or the buyer and present a product. And they're very energetic, very passionate. When they are trained to do that, I think they can turn around the world of agriculture. And I have seen many, marketing coffee, roasted coffee beans, marketing fruit. You've seen them on the street in Kalere, for instance. And that could be, we could strengthen that kind of engagement. And they will make sure they sell it to you. Even when you tell them I don't want to buy, they will keep. The other day I met a group of young people. They were selling bananas. Sebogulako, you buy. They want to make sure they convert their banana into cash. And because they insisted, I had to pull cash and buy. So they can do that very well. The old farmers cannot. They are comfortable on their farms, they're comfortable in their homesteads, taking care of the chicken and things like that, but the youth can do that very well. And the educated ones, of course, will engage in IT, technology.
Yes.
You've heard of AI, you've heard of technology, IT technology, different operations that are light in terms of work, but they create a lot of value for the youth. So they can do all these things, branding, turning a product that would otherwise not be appealing into an attractive product by branding and creating a story. And they have the minds, they have the fresh minds that can create interesting stories out of this. And again, buyers are not just looking for a good product, they're also looking for the story. So the youth can do all these things. But we also have other things like logistics, you know, transport, warehousing, and so on. So the youth has a place in agriculture.
The youth has a place in agriculture. Now, before we even move on, we have touched on the role of the youth in agriculture. But what is the role of women? Where have we left women in this agriculture? But before you answer that, I'd like to invite our viewer into the conversation. You can join the conversation through WhatsApp number 0709-602-592. Again, it is 0609-602-592. You can send in your questions and also your personal opinions regarding the conversation today. Again, the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, also known as CAADP, is taking shape today. It will be beginning at 10 a.m. and it will go on up until 6 p.m. today. And we will be bringing you live updates from the Convention Center in Munyonyo, but also what will be happening at the international airport in Entebbe. We have our teams ready to give us those updates. Among those is Jerome Paul Sonko, who is on the ground to tell us more about what is transpiring at the Convention Center. Now, I am speaking to Mr. Chariton Muwoza. Am I pronouncing the name right? Namuwoza. Yes, who is the CEO, National Organic Agricultural Movement of Uganda, NOGAM, and also the President, African Organic Network, AfroNet. And he said this is the body that supervises all
the
NOGAMs.
continental body that unites all the organic movements in Africa. Yeah.
Yes. So we have been really talking about things organic farming, but also the different ways CAADP can actually enrich Uganda's agriculture, but also Africa's agricultural future. Now, I have a comment coming through from Atwaru Jude Nicholas. He says, "Good morning, Uganda. Thank you, UBC, for the program. Building resilient agri-food systems in Africa would be the most valuable goal every African would dream of. But as spoken later on, that mindset change is what's lacking in the African continent, and therefore governments must have it that it's still their role to aid in educating Africans towards this kind of transformation. Set limits on the environmental use, care and management, enhance technology even to the access of the local farmers, and create very conducive policies in regards to this year's theme, that is creating resilient agri-food systems." What's your comment on that?
I think that is, and I want to thank our viewer for that comment. That's a true observation. The policies, you know, supporting environment are critical. And when we talk about policies, what is it that we should pay attention to? As we've just, you know, had a short conversation about the youth, for instance, how do we come up with policies that ensure that youth are supported? And the policies could focus on, let's say, financial support towards access to land, which the youth don't have. And before they even engage in production, we've got to work on their minds, mindset. Because in their minds, they think agriculture is a punishment. They cannot appreciate that someone can make money out of agriculture. So the first thing they want to do when they leave university or when they think about making money is to find employment. And which employment they will take 5 years to find. And when they don't find, they become frustrated. And when they get frustrated, they create more problems. So we must work on their minds and make them appreciate that you can become a millionaire. Every rich person in Uganda also doubles as a farmer. I've checked. Most of the rich people that we have in the country have a farm or engage in some kind of production or farming. And as a young person, if they are given access to land, and the policies can guarantee that, if they're given access to land, they can be able to engage in market-oriented production. And market-oriented production, when we talk about market-oriented production, we are talking about focusing on the enterprises that they will easily take to the market. And where you have the infrastructure. I'll give you an example. We have a project in Nakasongola that is crushing pineapples and passion fruit and mango into pulp and concentrate. And their challenge today is not so much to do with the market. Their challenge is with adequate quantities of these products. So if a young person in Luero or Nakasongola is given access to land to grow these pineapples, they will have a guaranteed market at this factory, because they know when they produce, they are going to sell to this. And I've seen a few young people in Luero and Nakasongola doing that. And they have 100 acres, 200 acres, and so on. So policies are very, very important. And while putting in place an enabling environment, a conducive environment for the youth to engage in production, we must also bring them to a place where they will appreciate that when they take 1 or 2, 3 years on the farm, they are going to make money and they're going to become very, very serious commercial farmers.
Okay. Now, again, the question that we left hanging, where do we leave the women? Because when you go to different local communities, majority, am I right to say majority? But let's put it this way. Women till and do most of the cultivation in most of our communities. True. Yes, and yet
majority. So you're right. Majority.
Okay,
yeah.
And but when you look at what they gain from agriculture, it feels like they are left at the bottom of the barrel in the agricultural food chain. Yeah. So how are all these initiatives that you have mentioned, and some of those that are enshrined in the declarations we've seen past and the one that is going to become the present, how are they uplifting the women? Yeah,
I think now we have quite a number of programs.
I beg your pardon. I am going to stop you for a bit. Yeah. We have bad news coming through, and reports indicate that Kawempe North Member of Parliament Muhammad Segirinya has died. Muhammad Segirinya, who was the Member of Parliament of Kawempe North and also a member of the National Unity Platform Party, has died. We'll be giving you details regarding his death and so much more. May his soul rest in eternal peace. That is sad news coming through from Kawempe North. Their Member of Parliament, Muhammad Segirinya, has died. Muhammad Segirinya has been ill for quite some time. We have been seeing reports of him being taken within the country and even out of the country and trying to seek medical help. But unfortunately, he has succumbed to his illness, and that's quite sad. So for the people of Kawempe North and his family, we at Good Morning Uganda, we condole with you, and we wish that the Lord gives him such terrible news. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Well, as we move on with our conversation, I am speaking to Chariton Namuwoza, and you were answering the question on where the women, how the women can be uplifted when it comes to agriculture. Before I answer that question, I would also like to send my condolences to the people of Kawempe North constituency for the loss of our brother
Segirinya Mohammed. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and I pray that God grants him eternal peace.
Sad news.
Sad news indeed. It's sort of difficult to carry on, especially when you get bad news. But back to the question, I feel that the women need to be supported more. As I said, we have quite a number of programs, at least in Uganda, and I know some other African countries, that are targeting women, that are helping both women and youth to gain from their activities in the agriculture sector. As you said, they do most of the work, they do most of the production, they engage in the weeding, they do the harvesting, but when it comes to marketing or selling, they're kept in their kitchens, they're kept behind, they are not allowed to engage with buyers. And in the process, the man, of course, pockets all the money, and it's up to him to decide where to put it. He can drink, he can marry a second wife, he can do things that obviously mean that the women will not benefit. So one of the things that could be done, especially at the household level, is for the household members to engage in joint planning. Joint planning, where of course they engage in the farming activities jointly, but also when it comes to marketing, they engage jointly, and they also go an extra mile to decide how to spend the money. They can save that money and invest it in other activities that would, of course, generate income. And they can also plow it back in their farming operations. And we've seen a situation where if women are supported and if they engage in joint planning and they have a say when it comes to the decisions regarding the money that the sales proceeds from their produce, they are able to plan better, they are able to invest in things that will take their household to greater heights. We've seen communities, for instance, I'll give you an example, in the mountain Elgon area, where farmers who are engaged in coffee production at a household level join hands in terms of mobilizing themselves to participate in all the activities, but they also have a say when it comes to how they want to use the money that they get from selling their crops. So that is, I think, one thing that must be done at the community level to support women to engage in joint planning, but also participate in the decision-making process when it comes to selling their produce and how they spend that money. The other thing that needs to be done, of course, which government has done, is they have put in place programs that support women. You've heard of GROW?
Yes, the GROW project.
The GROW project, where women entrepreneurs can access money at a very affordable rate, and they're able to spend that money on different activities that, of course, will generate income. They can invest it in their businesses, they can invest it in their farms. And I've spoken to a few women that have accessed this money. They have really changed their lives in terms of building sustainable businesses, in terms of building businesses around the farm and so on and so forth. So we can go an extra mile in terms of putting in place such initiatives that involve as many women as possible. But of course, the other challenge is that we still have a section of women that can access. The majority cannot because they lack information, they are not documented. When you go to a bank to borrow, they will ask for a number of things. And most of the women do not have what it takes to borrow. So we must support them to become bankable. How do we bring a group of women together, organize them, document them, and make sure that their activities, income generating activities, are well captured on paper, so that when they go to the bank, they have a clear track record. They have a track record of what they have done and how they can make money. That way, we will bring the majority of the women close to these services. So there are many ways we could support women apart from accessing financial services and making it easy for them. We can also train. We can build their capacities to engage in meaningful production, for instance, at the farm, because many of them, you know, like the youth, are not given an opportunity to participate. When you organize a training, for instance, you're inviting the community to participate in a training. The majority of the participants are men.
True.
Because the men feel if their wives come to this training, they're going to see another man. And sooner than later, their marriage will fall apart. So they want to keep them.
So the men who are not doing the cultivating are the ones that are going to attend the workshops.
Yes.
And then that knowledge is going to fall on dead ears because they are not going to transfer it into...
Exactly. So we should be intentional in terms of how we organize these trainings and make sure that at every level, in every activity, women are given slots.
Okay, now that I understand. But then, like for instance, in poverty alleviation programs, it has been raised that many of the initiatives, especially for women, have failed because the husbands were not involved. When you target the women and leave behind the decision makers, the heads of the homes, who are the men, then the women will get this information, or maybe even the money, the funding given, and then the husbands will take it because they are feeling, maybe for lack of a better word, emasculated. So how do you bring the men on board to be supportive to the women within their households?
And that's what I talked about, joint planning.
Okay.
They've got to participate jointly. Get the women, get their husbands, get their children to participate in planning, participate in the trainings, participate in the access to... I saw a clip of a woman that got money from PDM, and the husband took all the money.
All of it?
Yes.
That's a very big problem.
Yes.
Very big
So in situations like these, women, and women are loyal to their husbands. I think they have been wired to think that when a man says this, that is it. But also,
it's the culture.
It's the culture, exactly. Yes. It's the culture, and within the, of course, the circles of religion,
so there is culture. There is religion.
Religion.
So.
But we can do it better. We can do it better. And I'm a husband, for instance. My wife is empowered. She engages in activities with men, and she outsmarts them sometimes. So they can do very, very well. I think God has put a lot of potential in these women, so that when they are given an opportunity to participate in development activities, they will actually make a very good contribution. And this is the kind of attitude that we should have towards women. Of course, we have situations where women, when they become too empowered, they create problems for the husbands. And
which problems?
Well, that could be a debate for another day. Okay. But the truth is that women can contribute very, very well to the development of our nations here in Africa.
Okay, now we are coming to the end of our conversation, but I never thought I would ask you this question since we are speaking matters agriculture.
Yes.
But since we have talked about culture, we have talked about, you know, the home, how it is made, the husband being on top and him having to be part of the empowerment of these women in the agricultural sector. I would like to hear your views on religious leaders, because you did mention that religion plays a pivotal role in how people's mindsets are shaped. So when we talk about the youth and the women and their involvement and empowerment in the agriculture sector, what can religious leaders do differently?
I think religious leaders have a very big role to play. And I read the Bible. When you read the Bible, it clearly spells out the roles of husbands, the roles of women, the roles of children. And if there is harmony in the way these different roles are being played or executed, there will be peace, and you will have a situation where each of the members of the household is participating. So the religious leaders need to focus on the things that help all the members of the household to benefit. Empower women, but do it not at the expense of the children and the husband.
The family, basically.
Yes, empower husbands or support husbands to support their household members. Take up the. I think one of the challenges that we have, which I think the religious leaders might not be doing very well, is the focus on things that somehow support the husbands to take up their roles, and at the same time forgetting the contributions that the women and the youth have to make. And so they should give a balanced message. In their messaging, it should be clear what women can do, what youth can do, what the children can do, and what the husbands can do. And together, and as I already said, if they engage in joint planning and they have a clear plan, clear in the sense that the children know what their parents are up to, and they participate. And the clear example is the Indian families. When they do business, the children participate, and at some point the children take up.
That's right.
And
that's how they are able to have generational wealth.
Exactly. And there is succession, clear succession.
Yes.
As the old man is aging, the young man is taking up
there is business
the leadership role. And there is, and that way you find businesses that have stood the test of time from generation to generation. And we can do this, and this is possible. And I think this kind of message can be emphasized by religious leaders. But also, in terms of how we behave, you know, how men or husbands treat their wives, you know, look at them as though they don't matter.
Inferior,
I think,
subordinate.
Yes, exactly. Look at children as children. And all they have to do is to instruct them, tell them what to do, and without allowing them to participate or contribute towards the debates for their development, the family development. So I think this is a role that religious leaders can play very well. And I want to thank some of the religious leaders that I have personally met, some of the pastors, some of the religious leaders, including my own pastors. They've done an incredible job in terms of getting a balanced message out there, where everyone in the home matters and they have a contribution and they have their place. The husband, of course, will make a final decision, but a participatory decision where the children and the wife are involved, and that way there will be peace and harmony in the homes. And now I'm sounding like a marriage counselor or family counselor, so that was not the intention. I think I should keep in my lane as an organic expert. And apologies to religious leaders out there that might not really resonate well with what I'm saying. But the truth is that the religious leaders have a critical role to play in shaping the views and opinions of the different family members.
Well, Chariton, thank you so much. Now we will be going live in Munyonyo. Jerome Paul is joining us any second from now. As you can see, we have Jerome Paul Sonko live from Munyonyo giving us updates.
Good morning to Olive, Chirabo Robert Nyonyintono and the entire team at Broadcast House, Nile Avenue. Good to have your company this morning as we kick off day one of the CAADP Summit here in Uganda. Today is the 9th of January 2025, and what is happening right behind me, as you can see, dear viewer, is the arrival and this bit of the entertainment that speaks the African culture, but obviously from the point of view is the Ugandan cultures being represented here as the delegates are being ushered in. And of course, with the day one, most of the delegates that we expect to be having here are ministers of agriculture from different African Union member states, and in the same capacity, ministers of water and environment that will be here to delegate and also put forward a bit of the draft in regards to the Kampala Declaration as we wait to see what will be endorsed on the final day. But that said, as the outlook of day one is that there's a little bit of the organization that is already taking shape, as you can definitely see and imagine. Many of the other stakeholders are also arriving, and in the same regard, not only ministers or official delegates, but we also have quite a number of players from different organizations such as AGRAP, but on top of it, all the bit of the icing is the African Union Commission, and of course other of the other stakeholders in the agricultural value chain, in the private sector, and we shall be giving you an update as well in regards to whatever will be coming through as the official ceremony is slated to kick off in the next 1 hour. But as of now, allow me to first of all get into an interaction with the Director of Agriculture and Rural Development from the African Union Commission. This is none other than Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, and I'm hoping I've got the pronunciation right. He has told me here that Bahigwa is a romantic name, so it should be pronounced with a lot of ease and not rushed. A very good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Okay, you are live on UBC. Please say hello to the viewer.
Good morning, viewers. My name is Godfrey Bahigwa, Director of Agriculture and Rural Development at the African Union Commission. Happy to be here.
All right. Now, looking into the preparations for CAADP 2025, if you can give us a little bit of an overview from the African Union Commission's perspective and why it is important for everybody involved in the agricultural value chain to follow every development and proceeding here today.
First of all, this is a very important moment, not only for Uganda but for Africa as a whole. Every 10 years, the continent adopts a declaration on how to transform agriculture on the continent. The first one was in 2003 in Maputo, Mozambique. The second edition was in 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. The third edition is in Kampala, Uganda in January 2025. And we shall be adopting a 10-year strategy to transform Africa's agri-food systems for the next 10 years. So this moment is very important for Uganda and for the continent because it is going to set the agenda for the next 10 years, and everybody will be referring to the Kampala CAADP Declaration for the next 10 years.
One may wonder, what are some of the deliberations that we should expect in the final Kampala Declaration? Because today the draft is going to be made, and of course on the final day we expect an endorsement from the various heads of state and government. But one may wonder, what are some of the key findings that we are likely to find in this declaration?
Well, the declaration is a statement of intent that spells out what the continent intends to do over the next 10 years. And it has a process that it goes through. So what is going to happen today is it is going to be considered by the ministers who are responsible for agriculture. They will discuss it, they will give their comments, then those comments will be put in a report that will be presented tomorrow to the joint meeting of Ministers of Agriculture and Ministers of Foreign Affairs. When those discuss it and endorse the draft declaration, on Saturday, it will be presented to the heads of state and government for consideration and adoption. And once it is adopted, then it becomes the milestone for the continent for the next 10 years.
Let's look at the future of Africa and the agricultural sector in general. Here with the CAADP, we are also adopting strategies that are geared towards Agenda 2063. One may wonder, with 70% of the people involved in agriculture, where do you see the future of the agricultural sector?
We have no choice but to invest in agriculture transformation on this continent. Why? Because Africa's population is going to double from the current 1.4 billion to around 2.5 billion by 2050. So if we are going to feed 2.5 billion people by 2050, we have to invest in agriculture. We have to make sure that we make the investment that are necessary to transform the sector to be able to feed our people. That's one. Number two, currently there are over 282 million Africans who are hungry. They do not have enough food. They are food insecure. So what we are saying is we need to set a stage where we can produce enough food so that no African goes to bed hungry. Make sure that we feed all Africans. Number three, currently Africa imports net $52 billion. That is money that we spend outside the continent, which would be saved and spent and invested on this continent. So for those reasons, increase in population, reduction in food importation, and the need to make sure that our people are fed all the time is a big motivation for the continent to make sure that we invest in transforming agri-food systems on this continent.
Speaking of building resilient agri-systems of Africa, because this is the theme that we are having this year, I wonder though, what would be your message to the young people? Because now we are also seeing amongst the stakeholders today, we have young people involved, or the youth who are involved in decision making. Now, every African country has got young people in the decision making platforms. One may wonder, how can we use them and ensure that the future does not go to bed in regards to agriculture?
Yes, well, the future is in the hands of the youth. And in the formulation of the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan, which we started way back in July, we made sure that the youth were part of the process of developing the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan. So they have been part of this journey. And they know what the contents of the document, what the actions are supposed to be, and what is expected of them. So that is point number one. Point number two is that we are encouraging the youth to get interested in participating in the agriculture value chain, either as producers, processors, or traders, because the agriculture value chain is long, right from production to consumption. So there are many activities along the agriculture value chain that the youth can get involved in. Number three, that if the youth don't take interest in agricultural development, then the aspiration of feeding Africans by 2050, 2.5 billion of them, is not going to happen. And when people are not food secure, that is the whole recipe for having social disharmony. So we are calling on the youth to get interested in the opportunities that are available along the agriculture value chain in Uganda, in East Africa, and across the continent.
Okay, I'm going to let you go as we start off the official ceremony though, but what would be your final message to our viewer?
Yes, we are excited to be here in Kampala, Uganda. I happen to be Ugandan. I'm fortunate enough to be Ugandan, and I'm proud to see the work that we have done. It's going to be adopted in Kampala, Uganda, and for the next 10 years, everybody will be referring to Kampala CAADP Declaration. I'm proud to have led this process as a Ugandan, and we hope as many people as possible will come and participate in this summit.
I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it from the Director, Agriculture and Rural Development from the African Union Commission, Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa. Now, of course, when you look into some bits of what he has been able to highlight here, is the fact that by 2050, the expectations, all the estimates is Africa may hit 2.5 billion in regards to the population. But again, during this time, we have to ensure that we have resilient agri-food systems, which will of course feed generations and feed the future. So meaning we're supposed to be able to put an end to hunger by that time, and also try to create room for food security in all on the African continent. But that said, I'm going to be joined by a colleague from UBC as we get to discuss the preparation so far for CAADP 25. I have Amon Ampaire who does join me here this very morning here on Good Morning Uganda. A very good morning, Amon.
A very good morning, my brother Sonko.
How are you doing? How is 2025?
I am very excited. Last year we started it on a good note. 2024, Uganda hosting 2 summits back and forth. Non-aligned movement and G77 has never been. Even the big powers had never tried that. But we made history and it was a success. And now 2025, we also start with CAADP, a Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which is one of the babies of NEPAD, New Partnership for Africa's Development, which was established in 2003. We are talking about 21 years now. By this time, a child should be walking. He's an adult, actually. Yes. So you'd realize that at least we have made some strides as the African people, especially when we talk about agriculture. Because one of the main objectives for establishing the CAADP was to promote agriculture through agribusiness, food security, and so many others. But you realize that agriculture remains one of the significant but also a backbone of the African economy. If we talk about Uganda and so many other African countries, because we are endowed as a country and the continent, the fertile soils, the good climate, and so very many others, you realize that they promote agriculture. So we need to front this as the people of Africa and realize our progress in this very sector. The leaders during the Marabo Declaration in 2014, we are talking about 10 years since the Marabo Declaration, where all the African heads of state commit themselves that at least 10% of their national budget should be given to agriculture. That was very good for African countries. 2, they also committed themselves that at least 6% growth in agriculture. And we have seen also in some countries, Uganda, at least we are doing much better. Kenya, East Africa, West Africa, at least we are somewhere. We are not importing food, at least from other continents. And that is a credit to Africa. That is a credit to African people. That is a credit to the African leaders, at least for realizing that food is more important. If you had not eaten sonko, I would believe that you would not be smiling today. So realize that food is much important. So we have realized those commitments, but also we have made some improvements and implementations as CAADP. You realize that since it was established, they have introduced what they call national agriculture investment plans, which are there to make sure that all the agricultural reforms in the African countries are realized through that NEPAD, and so very many other initiatives. But I'm so much glad and very excited for a Ugandan who is not at Munyonyo. If we realize that the excitement that is here, everyone would love to be here. The atmosphere that is very engaging and very conducive for all our delegates from the African continent and many other continents that are visiting Uganda for the very first time, or even they have been coming. It is very engaging, and that I do believe that is going to give a conducive environment to all our delegates to actively network, but also share ideas in this summit.
And Amon, I wanted to ask you from your point of view, by the look of things, the preparation so far this morning and also yesterday, what have you seen and what do we gain from hosting such summits? You mentioned how we started on a high note last year. Even this year we started on a high note as a country. But how important are they to us?
I think they are very important. One, on the political side, you realize that any country that is facing wars or instability, you do not host such an event. So that gives a credit to the Ugandan security that Uganda is secure 100%, because we have hosted all these international summits and all the leaders across the globe, and they are always here and they go home well safe. That is a credit to the Ugandan security. That is one. Two, you realize that we realize what we call maybe economic progress, and people are able to make money. Because when these delegates come, they are spending money. They are going to be there buying some clothes, buying some African wear, buying some food, sleeping in our hotels. Everyone is going to get money out of this summit. So actually for you who is operating a business, and you are still home sleeping, I don't know, and you are staying around Munyonyo, you are staying around Salama, and you are still sleeping, no, go open that business, display, make things work out, clean your place, and also smile. Uganda is known for good smiles. That's why I go opening things like this, because I want to give that Uganda, we are all smiling. So we are going to make money. We're also going to network. I don't know how many people you're going to get connected with before the summit ends. So that gives us that kind of networking as the African people, to know who we are, to integrate. You know, we are still pushing for integration. But how are we able to push for this integration when we don't know each other, when we have not connected? So these sums, wherever they are, in East Africa, in West Africa, they help the people of Africa to connect. Yes.
Okay. And Aman, before I let you go, I want to also pick your point on issues to do with creating resilient food systems for Africa. But I want to hear it from the Ugandan perspective. At times we have areas in Uganda that lack food, and yet we have plenty. We are known as a food basket for Africa. How can we continue to ensure that we do not have communities that at any one point we are reporting that they lack food?
You realize that every community and every region in Uganda is good at a certain thing. I would say that in Western Uganda they are good at matoke. In deeper southern Uganda, perhaps Kabari and Kisoro are known for Irish. So we must identify our potentials as the people of Africa. What grows where? And we also have experts in Uganda who are doing good, especially the researchers in agriculture. We have Nakuri, we have Naro, we have Makerere University, but we are not utilizing these experts. We have people who know soil testing, that they can go and you talk to them, they come to your garden and they are able to pick samples of the soil and they go test and they tell you, no, stop growing matoke here. Does not work. Maybe you can opt for sweet potatoes. Maybe you can do other crop. So by the time we realize what grows best in Karamoja and what grows best in West Nile Arua, we are able to know which one we should pay attention. But the problem is that I have visited Sonko and I've liked your banana plantation. I also want to take banana stems and start planting immediately without knowing what is best in my region. Because what is best in Bugisu may not be the best in West Nile. So we must really be able to know what, where our potentials are, especially in our regions and African countries.
Okay. Thank you very much. And there you have it from Aman Ampaire, the gentleman from UBC Ground Zero. And of course, he has been with us here as well, giving us an overview from his perspective and what he has been able to observe. But of course, as we are winding up with this bit of the introduction from what is happening on ground, is the fact that we are going to be linking you up later on as well to give you updates that will be coming in. But we shall be expecting to be having the event kicking off within the next few minutes, as we shall be having a statement by Her Excellency Josepha Sako, the Commissioner Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, as well as Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the chair, obviously, and the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. But then in the same regard, we shall as well be having a consideration and adoption of the work program. So those are some bits of what we'll be expecting. But after lunch, that will be around 2 p.m., we expect to have an official opening of the exhibition, which is also here. And for now, I'll be taking you back to the team in studio, Olive Monica Najuma and Chirabo Robert Nyonyi Intono. And later on, we shall be linking up to give you more details of what is happening here on ground. Good morning.
Hearing from Jerome Paul Sonko live at the Speak Resort Convention Center, where the CAADP Summit is taking place today. Now, in less than an hour, the summit will be kicking off, and we have different leaders that will be speaking to us. And among them, the Prime Minister, or Robina Nabanja, will be giving opening remarks at the summit. Yes, the Prime Minister will be giving her opening remarks at the summit. But now we head to Entebbe International Airport, where Robert Onyango will be updating us. But before we do that, I would like to take you through the program just briefly. The summit will kick off at exactly 10 a.m. and between 10 a.m. and 10:15, we will have the host country, that is Uganda, and the AU anthems, and then we will have welcoming remarks in the order of a statement by His Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, who is the Commissioner Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Development Environment at the African Union Commission. We will also have a statement by Honorable Dr. Gama Amenti, the Minister of Agriculture, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We will have a statement by Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda and Chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. And then we will have opening remarks by the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, who is the Prime Minister, the Republic of Uganda. Later on at 10:30 and 10:35 a.m. we will have a group photo and health break. This will be live. And then at 11:15 and 11:20 we'll have the consideration and adoption of the work program. This will be a closed session. At 11:20 and 11:40 a.m. we'll have the plenary session, presentation of the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan that for the years 2026 and 2035. This will also be a closed session. Then at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. we will have the official opening of the exhibition, and at the opening, all dignitaries led by His Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, Commissioner for ARBE, and we will also have the drafting of the ministerial report of the ministers responsible for agriculture. This event will be live on UBC. At 5:45 to 6 p.m. we'll have closing remarks. His Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, the AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment. And then we'll have a closing remark from Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda and Chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. So that's how the event is going to run today, and we seem to be just a few minutes away from the official start. It's 9:36 a.m. and we will be starting. The event will be kicking off at 10. But now we are joined by Robert Onyango, who is at Entebbe International Airport.
A very good morning, viewers of UBC TV. Indeed, this is Robert Onyango. Thank you, Oliver and Robert Chirabo, for making Ugandans keeping very posted about this coming summit. Well, it is the 9th day of January 2025. We were here last year, almost the same time, in the same month, for another assignment. That was the non-aligned movement, where we were covering the arrival of the dignitaries who included heads of states, heads of government, presidents, and other VVIPs. Then we return on your screens from the same place and on another specific assignment. This is the conference or the Extraordinary African Union Summit, which is going specifically to handle the issues related to agriculture and other discussions. Well, here at Entebbe VVIP Terminal, this mood is still very silent and quiet, but of course the preparations are going on as we wait to start receiving dignitaries who will include presidents, heads of state, heads of departments, the African Union, and other VVIP who are coming to be part of the happening summit here in Kampala, Uganda. We arrived in this place yesterday, that is the Wednesday. Of course, as I said, it is a very silent business as usual here, but of course we are seeing preparations. The Special Forces Command, SFC, has already taken in charge of these premises to ensure that whoever will be getting through the country through this point is safe inside here and be escorted or led to wherever they will be going. Of course, we know all roads will be heading to Munyonyo, where the summit will be taking place starting today until Saturday, that is the 11th of January 2025. The mood is still very low, but the preparations on ground, the security perimeters have been put in place. The commanders of all different security agencies are moving left, right to ensure that they put in place whatever is needed, because you know the time of preparation has been also a bit very small, but of course they must work into the available provisions and what is needed here exactly to be done at these short notes to ensure that whoever comes in is accorded the respect which fits his position or his other assignments. Because yesterday we saw the arrival of the Algerian minister in charge of agriculture, and it was confirmed he is representing the president of the Republic of Algeria. Then today we are expecting by midday to receive 2 delegates who are coming here at the VVIP terminal, and they will be also be coming here to in capacities. Some are coming to represent their government, some are coming as ministers of agriculture. Then the president, who is expected to arrive here, we are told he or she is being expected to arrive here at Entebbe International Airport. That will be very late in the night at exactly 2 p.m. in the night of Thursday, 9th January, that is 2025. But of course, in the morning of Thursday, it will be a very, very busy day as heads of state. We are told the President of the Republic of Kenya is expected to be the first president to hit the runway of Entebbe International Airport, of course followed by the President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency Salva Kiir. Then we expect the chairperson of the African Union to also be getting in the country very shortly, and other VVIPs and dignitaries will be following suit. Because the day is bright, though we have waked up as a country on a very sad note of the passing of the former, we can also refer to him as the former Member of Parliament for Kawempe North, but this will not interrupt the program of the summit. We want to keep you posted and assured that as UBC, we are stationed here at the VVIP terminal, that is apron 4, to ensure that you don't miss any of the activities which are going to be happening here starting very, very soon. Of course, my comrade Jethro Kasaiji and Mark Waduro are also at the commercial terminal to ensure that they also check whatever condition, whatever is happening there, to ensure that they give you the live updates of every dignitaries, every delegate who is coming here to be part of this memorable event. Uganda as a country, we must proud in this opportunity again, because just like I said at the beginning, 1 year ago, all eyes were on Uganda, and here we come with the Extraordinary African Summit, which is the CAADP, trying to put emphasis and focus on our issues regarding agriculture, how best the country and the continent can all zero its efforts in ensuring that the continent has food, as it feeds almost the 1.5 billion Of course, the world depends on us. That's why I'm saying Africa is the food basket of the world. So for now, Olive and Robert Chirabo, I can pause it at this point, but I want to tell you the gates of Entebbe International Airport are open. The guests are on their way, and the Entebbe International Airport runway is safe, clear, and open. For UBC, we are set and on standby. Back to the broadcast house at Nile Avenue.
We've been hearing from Robert Onyango just outside Entebbe International Airport at the VVIP terminal. Now, we are going to be also getting information and updates from Jethro Kasaija, who is also in Entebbe. I told you we will be giving you live updates. So as we get to Jethro, we are starting off the CAADP Summit today, the 9th.
Thank you so much,
and
my colleague,
Jethro is right here with us.
Monica Najuma. Well, maybe a simple correction. I am Jethro Kasaiji, not Jethro Kasaija. But that is a small note there. But I want to also appreciate everybody who is watching UPC GMU at this very particular point. Now, where I'm standing direct to the exit as you're coming out of the VVIP terminal, but also the runway showing you how the traffic is flowing at the moment, because the most important thing is to keep Ugandans up to speed on what exactly is transpiring at this very particular point. Now, at the VVIP terminal, where my colleague Robert Onyango has been giving you updates from, I want to tell you that we haven't received any dignitaries, of course, coming through the VVIP terminal, apart from yesterday where we received the Algerian minister who came in yesterday with a number of delegation coming through over there. But outside, as I'm standing down, I should tell you that the traffic is really moving smoothly, because at all the particular points you can easily see the security personnel, those who control the traffic as well, but of course the Special Forces Commander taking center stage to ensure that our VVIP delegates and officials are well secured in that capacity. Now, if my camera person can really take you around, the speed at which the drivers are using at the moment, you can easily tell that they have been given directions to drive at a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. And in case you hear any siren that is always coming through at a different time, then you will be in position to understand that particularly there is a delegate or delegates who are coming through as they're being taken to where they're supposed to be giving in their submissions in Munyonyo. Of course, today we shall be having discussions between ministers of agriculture and relevant experts, and of course tomorrow we expect joint meetings of ministers of foreign affairs, and of course the last day we expect the heads of states who will be coming through. Part of the communication that we've been receiving from the protocol team, we've been notified that we expect the president of Kenya, Dr. Samoei William Ruto. He will be coming through, but the time is not yet set. But we expect him to arrive today or late in the night. But of course, our role is to make sure that we are standing here to give you all the live updates on how and as when they will be coming through. Those who are traveling to Entebbe, I can surely tell you that the airport is working, because even the civilians are also doing their businesses as usual. Border riders are accepted to go to the airport in case they have deliveries they're supposed to make at that particular point, and those that are coming also from the airport. But at the VVIP, the security is really serious, because like I told you, the SFC is taking center stage to ensure that all our dignitaries are very safe. Remember, this summit will elevate Uganda's international standing, probably as a conference destination and symbol of peace in Africa. Now, that is very key. But of course, agriculture taking center stage. Monica?
Much. Jethro right there is coming to us live from Entebbe International Airport. He was standing right outside the VVIP terminal and giving us updates regarding the same. Now, according to Jethro, dignitaries have not yet started landing in, except those that came in yesterday from Algeria. But many are expected to arrive. Among those is Kenya's President William Ruto. Now, as the president starts jetting in and other dignitaries, we are expecting over 2,000, 2,500. We'll be giving you updates regarding the same. But on the traffic situation, the traffic advisor advisory from Uganda Police indicates that the main route for the summit will be Kampala-Entebbe Expressway to Speak Resort Munyonyo, and this will be the summit route. Now, Kampala-Entebbe Expressway, Northern Bypass, Vinaisa Road, Mulago traffic lights, Old Chira Road for the delegates to sleep in the hotels that side. It should be noted that the summit route, which is the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway to Speak Resort Munyonyo, covers a stretch from Entebbe International Airport via Kajansi Interchange. The corridor is expected to be tightly regulated with diversions and holding of traffic and other road users. And the following diversions will be adhered to during the summit if need arises. Among these is Mpala. Traffic will be diverted to Entebbe Highway. This will leave Entebbe Expressway free for convoy use only. And at Chisubi, traffic will be diverted to Nakauka Road and access Kampala City. This diversion will decongest Entebbe Highway. At Kajansi Flyover, traffic police will divert motorists from accessing Munyonyo Spa and Expressway. Instead, use Kajansi Flyover to Lubowa Zana. There will be diversions at Serena Chigo traffic lights, Mutungo Chitiko traffic lights, and Busabala Junction for any vehicle sighted along Munyonyo Spa. There will be a security checkpoint to screen all vehicles and diversion of motorists at Munyonyo roundabout to face Salama Road and Buziga. Any motorists approaching Munyonyo will be diverted to UCB Road to access Buziga Lukuli areas. At Northern Bypass, there will be a diversion at Busega Flyover and at a slip road to restrict vehicles from accessing the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway. There will be other traffic direction and diversions along the Northern Bypass at Sentema, Nansana, Boise Interchange, Flyover and slip roads. Traffic police will hold traffic flow and at other road junctions, access roads and regulate it according to the movement of delegates. Traffic police will hold all road users at 50 meters from these junctions. All access routes leading to the summit venue and hotels where the delegates will be residing will be sealed off by security and traffic. Traffic will be in place to guide further. No motorcycles will be allowed to access Kajansi Munyonyo Spa. And all road users are urged, but most especially travelers with flights at Entebbe International Airport, are urged to plan their journeys in advance to avoid any inconvenience or delays. And to the general public, we are kindly appealed to be patient and also offer courtesy towards the summit delegates, and your cooperation and understanding will be greatly appreciated, and it will contribute to the success of this international event. That's the communication from the Uganda Police Force on the traffic situation along the routes that most of the delegates will be using, coming in from Entebbe International Airport, going to the convention center in Munyonyo, but also to the different hotels where they will be sleeping in Munyonyo and surrounding areas. Some of those places are within Kampala. So if you were planning to use a route, for instance, I have a feeling Serena here has been closed off already. So you should plan your diversions so that you do not get inconvenienced. The summit is taking place from today, the 9th of January, to the 11th of January 2025. And Uganda is hosting, so it's called the CAADP Kampala Summit. Now, I have been speaking to Chariton Namuoza, who is the CEO, National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, NOGAM, and he's also the President, African Organic Network, AfroNet. Now, Chariton, we have seen the events taking place in Munyonyo.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
And I understand you're going there from here.
Yes, I'll be going there, and well, it gives me great honor to see that Uganda, you know, coming from a chaotic background where it was in the past, you know, 40 or 50 years ago, it was almost impossible to talk about such an international, you know, summit. And seeing one after another, I mean, around this time, last year, I was involved in promoting organic agriculture, positioning organic agriculture during the non-allied movement summit,
yes,
and the G77 plus China. And it's exciting to talk about Uganda, talk about Africa. And we've come a long way. And I think we're on the right track as a continent. And I think later as we continue with our conversation, we'll be looking at how we can differentiate our continent, how we can differentiate Africa from the rest of the world. We can define our own paths. We can pave our own route to development via, of course, agriculture. And when we talk about resilient agri-food systems, I think one of the pathways, one of the routes that we must walk down to should be organic agriculture. And we've demonstrated over the years that organic agriculture comes with a lot of benefits in terms of import substitution for inputs such as fertilizers that are now difficult to access because of the global supply disruptions in Russia and Ukraine because of the war, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the other conflicts. It's almost obvious that we must invest in producing inputs here. And let's have homegrown solutions. I mean, Africa is sort of homogeneous in terms of how farmers are organized and structured. 70 to 80% involved in you know, diverse cropping systems, traditional practices that are close to organic, and we have to start where they are and move them a step ahead, recognizing that they already have some knowledge, and we have to build on what they know to be able to take them to great. And how can they escape the trap of poverty? We cannot bring in technologies that are not appropriate, that are not applicable in their situation.
We can't do copy and paste.
We cannot copy and paste. It's very dangerous to copy and paste. Sometimes someone has made a mistake, but you just copy and paste. You remember how some friends in schools used to Xerox. We call it Xerox. So when there is Xerox from you, you've made a mistake. Of course, we are not perfect. They make the same mistake. So we can avoid such mistakes by looking at our situation and defining our own paths. And we can do that. And our governments need to invest. We need to, because look, sometimes we have come up with programs, and these ones are to a great extent funded by, you know, development partners out there, and that means that their interests have to be taken care of. And the other day I was having a conversation with a senior researcher, and I said, look, all the research products that we have on the market are not exactly applicable in our situation. Why? Because the people that have invested in this research are, they have their interests. Their interests have to be protected. The training at the universities where you have researchers at the higher institutions of learning, PhDs, they have gone to universities out there, and they're doing research that of course promotes the interests of other people. So now it's high time our nations, African nations, invested in our own research. Research that is applicable, research that that makes sense in Africa within the context of the farmer. If you're talking about a technology, seed technology, how can you support a farmer knowing their situation with a technology that can make them resilient, you know, so that they can engage in production sustainably? And organic agriculture is a clear path that we can take and help the majority of our farmers to escape the trap of poverty.
Okay. Now, to someone just joining us right now and curious, we've been talking about organic agriculture. What exactly does organic agriculture mean?
Yeah, excellent. Organic agriculture operates under 4 principles. And in simple terms, we're talking about a production system. So when we talk about resilient agri-food systems, there are different approaches you could use to attain that. Now, one of the production systems that we have is organic agriculture, and it runs under 4 principles. The principle of health, the principle of ecology, I'll explain, the principle of fairness, and the principle of care. The principle of health means that you cannot separate the health of soils from the health of the plants that grow on these soils, and the health of animals, and the health, of course, of the other entities within the environment. What this means, and it has very serious implications. We have a situation in Uganda where most of the soils are depleted. They are sick, if you like. So we must bring back life in those soils. And without that life in the soil, we cannot see the yields that the farmers should be having. We cannot see poverty out of the farmer's household, because we cannot guarantee income without adequate quantities being produced by farmers. So we have to start at the point of production, restore life in the soil by making sure that we put the microorganisms in the soil, we put the manure, we put the compost, we put the life, the water in the soil. And there are practices on the farm that can be done to restore that. And as I already said, we have now companies that manufacture inputs which are rich in microorganisms that can restore life in the soil. So the principle of health tells you that if you put life in the soil, the plant that grows on that soil will have life. It will grow very well and to give you the yield that you need. And as a human being, you will sell adequate quantities and you'll make money. The animals will eat healthy grass, good grass, nutritious grass, because a healthy soil takes care of the macro and micronutrients. The microorganisms in the soil fix both the macro and micronutrients. And the emphasis on macronutrients, which we have been preoccupied with, you know, NPK, for instance, fertilizers that are rich in NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, only address specific aspects of the soil health. The nutrients that are required by the plant, both macro and micro. And you cannot continue applying macronutrients expecting to harvest nutritious plants. They will be lacking the micronutrients. So restoring soil health in the soil is important, and then of course that then moves to the plants that grow on these soils, and the animals and the humans and the entire of course environment. Now the second principle is the principle of ecology, and ecology here relates to the environment. When we talk about organic agriculture, it's almost synonymous with taking care of the environment. And the principle of ecology requires farmers to emulate nature. And a good example of nature is a forest, where there is recycling of nutrients. You know, the leaves drop on the ground, and then they decay, they turn into nutrients, they release nutrients to the roots, and then the monkey will come and eat the leaves on the plant, and then they will drop the manure, and so there is recycling of nutrients. So organic agriculture emulates nature and in the process protects nature and guarantees diversity and ensures that all the entities in the environment are living in harmony with each other. They coexist and they depend on each other. The plants depend on the soil, and the animals depend on the plants, and we depend on animals and plants, and so on and so forth. And the third principle is the principle of care. Care means taking care of the current generation and the future generation. If you're talking about sustainable agriculture, if you produce emboli today, potatoes, you should be able to see potatoes after you're gone. I mean, your children should find the potatoes, your grandchildren should find the potatoes. If the production system eliminates potatoes, then you're not taking care of the future generation. So whatever you do, you must make sure that the future generation also benefits. One example I usually give is one of the things that I saw when I was a child, the bambara nuts. I am sure you don't even know what bambara nuts are.
What are those? The ones with a hard cover, circular.
Do you know what they are called in Uganda?
No.
In my language, we call them empande.
And in Uganda, empande?
I think empande. Because
I
Uganda
don't even remember that taste. No, even Lusoga is broken in Uganda. We can argue about that until the chicken come home.
Empande, my grandmother used to grow empande every season. And let me tell you, one of the things I enjoyed was the empande that time. Each time you visited her, of course, from school, she would roast for you empande. And you'd eat and enjoy and with tea and delicious. Today you go to the market and ask for empande. They're not there. Bambara nuts. There are many crops that we call endangered that you can hardly find today. Very nutritious.
I remember my mom when I was young. She used to eat. It's like a yam.
Yeah.
It's white.
Yeah.
God, I've forgotten the name.
They
were like
deep-rooted.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I've not chetumula. There was something called chetumula and something else. I've not seen those things for many years now.
Exactly. So our grandchildren might not see some of the things we are seeing today because there's loss of diversity and so organic agriculture takes care of that.
Okay.
And the last principle is the principle of fairness. And fairness speaks to justice. It speaks to equity. It speaks to, and in Uganda, we are talking about farmers that are spending 4 months on their farms. And then the middlemen come, buy from them at a giveaway price, and then they go and make all the money. So they sell what farmers have produced for 4 months, and they fetch a lot more than the farmers who have spent all their time and labor on the farms to produce. And then when you go higher, the value chain, the higher level, the retailers are collecting about 2/3 in some value chains, 2/3 of the value that comes from the consumer. And then the farmer has to get a portion of the remaining 1/3, right? So it's not fair. It's not fair that way. And that is one aspect. The other aspect relates to how you treat employees, on the farm, how you treat animals on the farm. If a cow has just given birth, you should have a shed for the calf. If you have chicken, if you're raising chicken, you should be able to put a structure so that when the rain comes, they are protected and so on and so forth. Animals have rights. Trees have rights.
When you mention
so fairness
the trees
demands that all the entities in the environment
which rights? I know the animal rights because I've heard that if like in the cattle rearing corridors that the farmers are normally advised to desist from beating the cows, but then the cattle. But then when it comes to trees, apart from deforestation, what rights do trees have?
You have a tree that has been giving you food,
a jackfruit tree, a mango tree,
yes,
a guava tree.
Yes. And this tree has a right to nutrients in the soil. It has a right to water. It has a right to... So just as you need food to eat, as you harvest this delicious jackfruit, you should add something to the soil.
What
so
I
that
know
the plant can enjoy.
How exactly do we do that? Because in most cases, these trees are self-grown.
Some people have dramatized it.
Okay.
There is a friend of mine who says that she normally has a conversation with her crops, the bananas. They look at her. They are starving. By looking at the color of the leaves, she can tell that these plants are starving. And as the wind blows, they are saying, "Oh, you know, I need support. I need this." So then she applies the compost. She applies the fertilizer. She applies what the plant needs, and then the plant becomes happy. And when she comes back, she finds a bunch. So the plant is happy to give, of course. Some drama, but the point I'm making here is that animals and trees and humans and everything within the environment has a right to exist. It has a right to the right feeding regime. It has to access water. It has to access nutrients. It needs protection. Okay, so these are things that a farmer knows, and a well-trained farmer, and in this case an organic farmer who has even attained certification, knows that these things should be taken care of and taken into consideration for you to be approved as an organic farmer.
All right. Well, I have been speaking to Chariton Namwoza. Did I get that name right this time? And we have been speaking matters organic food systems. And the CAADP Summit theme for this year is building resilient food systems in Africa. So we have been digging deeper into this issue for some time now. Chariton Namwoza is the CEO, National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, NOGAM, and he is also the President, African Organic Network, that is AfroNet. Thank you so much for... I feel like I just had a comprehensive agriculture lesson today.
Yeah, sure, and thanks for hosting me.
Okay, yes. It's been quite my pleasure to have this conversation with you. And to you, our dear viewer, stick with us because the summit is about to start. Events are supposed to kick off right at around 10:15 a.m. and we will be giving you more updates from the convention center in Munyonyo. I'm Olive Monica Najoma. Let's take a short break. Stick around.
Of the day on UBC.
He expected me to die like within the first 2 years.
Out of the blue, the child will get pains, especially in the wrists. And this happens commonly when children are starting to walk.
Was brought to you by
can now get all the chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000 or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21 hash and select daily or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archive stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, every story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
Junko.
Yo.
Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Junko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Uganda is at the cusp of attaining 1 billion plus in coffee export revenues as the country continues to ramp up production and improvements in the quality and standards of green coffee beans exported. In just 12 months, production increased significantly from 5.83 million 60 kilogram bags between November 2021 and October 2022 to 6.16 million bags a year later between November 2022 and October 2023. At $925.24 million and in 2023 from $883.3 million, revenues are now just shy of the $1 billion mark according to the latest figures from the Uganda Coffee Development Authority. One of the main reasons for this surge in coffee productivity is due to improvements in the quality of planting materials supplied to coffee farmers. The National Coffee Resources Research Institute, NACORI, working hand in hand with UCDA, has delivered high-yielding coffee wilt disease-resistant KR variety seedlings, 3 high-yielding disease-resistant Arabica varieties to farmers.
We believe these varieties contributed to the current increase in export of coffee from Uganda from around 4 to towards 8 million bags of 60 kilograms each.
Ankole Coffee Producers Association in Bushenyi district is one of the major ones, providing certified KR coffee seedlings to its 25,000 member farmers.
We are registered as a nursery operator. We have our own mother garden for the 10 lines, and we do our own cuttings, and we supply the coffee seedlings to our farmers.
Uganda's coffee is known for its high quality, and the increasing volumes produced should cement it in the near future as a leading exporter of green coffee beans.
But leave alone that, the genetic makeup of our coffee and the biochemicals give us an advantage over several other African countries, including being producers like Brazil and Vietnam.
As production of green beans is ramped up, efforts to improve quality and value addition have also intensified in recent times, spearheaded by the President, who is very passionate about the development of the commodity. Clark Farm in Chenjojo district is, for example, primarily focused on the growing and exporting specialty of Robusta coffee, where great care is taken right from planting to post-harvest handling and packaging for export.
It's good agronomic practices, and then when you pick your coffee, pick in the red cherry. When you look there, when the traders come in, it was red, and you don't pick the green stuff. And this stripping and picking green gives you very bad, poor tasting coffee. And so then and then the post-harvest handling, how you dry it, it's at the right percentage moisture.
Chikobero Coffee Company in Bulamboli district is primarily focused on producing specialty Arabica coffee unique to the Mount Elgon region. With a membership of 420 registered farmers, they produce mainly Arabica AA and AAAs.
Our coffee is accredited by Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We are accredited by Uganda's Coffee Development Authority. We are accredited by Specialty Coffee Association. We now have AVAPA, which is the international contest of coffee roasted at origin.
Mugamba Coffee Farm, located in Kabarore district, has focused its efforts in developing the entire coffee value chain. Their main focus now is the local market first.
We plant the coffee, harvest it from the trees, dry it well and roast it, and then we package it and take it all the way to restaurants, hotels, supermarkets, small shops, anyone that is willing to take a good cup of coffee.
There has also been significant progress in the export of roasted coffee beans in the drive to add value and earn more from the commodity. Volkev is a subsidiary of Chagalanyi, a leading exporter of green beans with 16.39% of the export market.
It was set up so that we can help such people via toll roasting. Like if anyone is new and they want to venture into the roasted coffee business, we give them roasting services, packaging services, advice and consultancy on how to penetrate into the local market, how to ensure that their product is competitive, how to come up with good blends that still bring out the good quality of coffee.
Other roasters like Titan Coffee of Salama Road in Kampala do not grow coffee, but source it out from farmers, providing an important outlet and steady source of income for them.
Our main source of green beans is from Mount Elgon, mostly from Kapchora, and we source only premium type of coffee. That is what they call in the world the specialty coffee.
At the research and development level, the National Coffee Resources Research Institute has been carrying out cutting-edge research to develop products from coffee. They include body care products like lotions and creams. The research has also delved into food products like coffee yogurt and drinks, among others.
The feedback we get from
Good morning, and thank you so much for keeping it on UBC TV. That is in case you have just joined, because we were here from 6:30, and one thing we are focusing on is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Summit 2025 that is taking place here in Kampala. And the main focus is looking at fighting hunger and eliminating poverty in Africa, with the core aim of coming up with a Kampala declaration that will drive agriculture in Africa for the next 10 years. Now, this happens every 10 years where members of the African Union meet and come up with a particular declaration that runs or shapes policies for African countries regarding agriculture to eliminate hunger and poverty through agriculture-driven development. Many of our economies in Africa depend so much on agriculture, but the biggest challenge has always been we do not have agri-food systems that are resilient to various challenges, say climate change and all those. Now, today, tomorrow, and the closing on Saturday, we will have the ministers of agriculture in the various African states meet today and discuss these issues. Tomorrow we shall have them with the ministers of foreign affairs, and then Saturday we shall have our heads of state come together to look through what has been put together by the technical committees, and then we shall have the Kampala Declaration. Joining me on set this morning, I have Honorable Katabazi Francis Katongole, who is the Member of Parliament for Kalungu East, and he sits on the Committee of National Economic Development of Parliament. Now, very interesting and happy to have a person like you. We are discussing basically agriculture, but also agriculture shapes the economies of many of these countries. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, and I thank you for having me. And I would like to wish all our viewers a happy 2025. I pray that it will be a fruitful one for everyone. I thank you for giving me a chance to share out something, at least about the topic we have at the moment. I'd like to, in a special way, to thank my bosses, those from Kalungu. My first bosses are Kalungu East constituents, that is Rukaya, Rwabenge, and Bukulula. Special greetings to you. Yeah, thank you for having me around.
Now, Honorable, first things first. Many Ugandans, when you talk about conferences, summits, it's no longer a new thing. 2007, we had the Commonwealth heads of, and it was a big thing.
Yes.
Now, since then, we've had very many high-profile dignitaries, heads of states come to Uganda. Last year, we had the non-allied movement. We had the G77 plus China.
Yes.
Here we are having this as well. First, for the layman who's have these inconveniences, sirens, some diversions, what is the impact and relevancy of this particular CAADP summit?
Thank you so much. When we have such summits, there are two issues involved. There is a short-term impact. That is an economic boom. The economy will get some bit of boom. Those who are in car rentals, those who are in hotel, those who are... We get some boom whenever such a big function. Yeah, the economy will improve, the night economy, all these kind of things. Because you see these teams come with their other different people. So you'll find that the bars will make more money, all these kind of, there is some multiplier effect on that. But that is short term. Now the long term, basically like with this one, because it's about agriculture. You know, agriculture is the backbone of Uganda, Uganda's economy. I sit on the Committee of National Economy, and of course now agriculture takes the bigger portion. Most people are employed in agriculture in Uganda, but now what shocks is the allocation of budget for agriculture is very wanting, actually, I may say. And so many declarations have been made. Maputo declaration, I think the last one was Maribo, is it? Maribo declaration. Yes. Now we are going to have the Kampala declaration. My prayer is that our government puts in practice or follows what the declarations will talk about or will address. Definitely there is going to be a lot of English spoken there. And very good policies and ideas brought out. The problem with Africa, most African leaders, they ended at the conference. That's where we are having a problem. Putting it in practice, because Maputo Declaration, they said you should allocate at least 10% of your budget to agriculture. And it's really worth it, because agriculture employs 80% of your people. Why don't you give it more money? But you give it, I think, the bidding, I think like
you give it 4%?
1.4, not even 4. It's less than 4%. We've never given it 10. The last one declaration was we should give it 16%. We've not even reached the 10%, which we were supposed to give at first. So all these conferences can only be helpful once the different governments put what they declare that day and they put it in practice. That's when we shall have, you will see things moving on very well, because I really agree. And in agriculture is mostly the food system, for example, the first wealth is having food. Uganda is basically not about 40%. The figures show like 30-something%, not in the money economy.
38% of our population.
But all I know is it's around actually 50, because many people can survive without money. What helps them? Food. So once you have food, you have the first wealth. Once you have food, period. And if I were to calculate how much food you've eaten, let's at the rate of 30,000 per day times your age times 365 days, you'll find that you've eaten an arcade there in your stomach, but you don't have it. So what I'm trying to show you is food. Food is one key thing, because we can't do without it. There is no app that can make food. As much as there is a lot of technology, you must grow the food.
Now, Honorable, I want to take you back the lane of history. Yes. Now, our viewer, CAADP, is an initiative of the African Union. It's a continental initiative.
Yes.
We saw this happened in 2002. We had the NEPAD Secretariat and FAO as well come up with a framework paper. And this framework paper drafted how best we can have CAADP. Now, this was adopted in 2003 by the Council, or the first ever meeting of African ministers for agriculture that was in Rome. And we saw the establishment of CAADP that kicked off in 2003. Now, they saw it important as African countries,
yes,
as the UN body that takes, where we are all members, that no, since agriculture is our backbone, let's have a special collective program to follow. Policies, would I call it a working paper, what you can call the declarations.
Yes.
These were ministers from Africa. The presidents of course summits, we know, like today we are having the ministers, tomorrow we shall have the ministers for agriculture with foreign affairs, then the heads of state. But when we look at these declarations, little has been achieved.
Yes.
Now I have a member of parliament with me. And to what extent are these declarations binding to member states to implement?
I think that's where they should put something that in case you don't follow the declaration, what happens to you? And now that's where the issue is, because so many declarations are made, so many protocols are signed, so many, you know, so many treaties are signed. But what is important, if you go astray, what happens? That's where the issue is, because if you are to carry out, I don't have my figures right, but if you could help me or get information, all these countries, ever since, now I talked of Maputo Declaration, how many of the countries fulfilled it? You get it? You put the figure there. How many of the countries? At least I'm very sure about Uganda. We have not. Now the next one was, is it Malingo?
Malabo.
Malabo. Malabo Declaration, where they said the budget should be 16% at least. We've not even hit the 10%. How can we hit the 16? But our budgeting here in Uganda has a lot to be desired, leaves a lot to be desired. And that's where I think we are going wrong as a country, because things which are in the budget, recently we had a budget, we had something that happened where the budget committee allocated some money in contrary to what the president wanted. They read even the budget speech and then were called to change what was read. That has never happened. That clearly shows you something is not right.
Let's first look at, for example, the last declaration, that is the Malabo Declaration. Now, there were recommitments or commitments. One was recommit to CAADP principles and values. And one would ask or wonder, what are the CAADP principles and values? And we want to just look at these. If they said 10 years ago that they had to recommit themselves, what has gone wrong? What has been so hard for our countries to do this? And they're simple. When you look at agricultural growth, sustain annual agricultural GDP growth of at least 6%.
Yes.
Here we are today, 10 years down the road, we have not been able to reach the 6%. Now we move to public-private partnerships. Establish or strengthen partnerships between the public and the private sector for at least 5 priority agricultural commodity value chain. One would say, yes, we've seen efforts for Uganda as far as maybe value addition.
Like which one?
We've seen initiatives into the Matoke. We have the Soroti Fruit Factory. We've seen now what is happening on your screen. The split screen is what is happening right now at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, and we are having so much activity running there. Can see some entering, others sitting, but of course we'll be giving you more as it unfolds. That is just to take you there and give you a picture of what is exactly happening there now. Now, when you move on, still you see job creation, create job opportunities for at least 30% of the youth in agriculture value chain. We've had still some bit of that, Honorable. We look at sustainable land management. Now, also this has been a challenge. And to mention some of these principles, but they don't seem something very hard. Maybe this is where I want to take you to. What have been the encumbrances to achieving what we talk about? The declaration looks at ending hunger by 2025, eliminating half of Africa's population in terms of poverty, and this seems so long to achieve.
I think the main issue is how we, the leaders, beginning with the president and the leadership of this.
Maybe just a bit to remind our viewer, what you're seeing is exactly what is happening at Munyonyo. And of course, when activity kicks off, we'll be able to take you direct there, but now we are just giving you a feel so that you can know exactly what is transpiring. I see some, this could be the technocrats crossing hands here and there, both international and local, I must say. And of course, don't forget that we have our reporters on ground, our team on ground, Sonko is there, and many others. And when time comes for serious activity to be kicking off, definitely we shall be heading there to get that. Let's continue.
Yeah, I think as a country, we should have the goodwill to really see things happen. Like you said, to turn things around. Because as I told you, there are two issues here. Having food security is having the first wealth. But also, those are the things you're talking of, value addition, this and that. It comes from policy, right from the leadership. Because as a leadership, you must have a goal. You say this is where we are going. Agriculture employs 80% of my people. I should give it more attention.
Of which many are in subsistence agriculture.
Thank you. But there are so many, you know, we used to have food crops and cash crops. They are both important because one brings in some money, another one helps you, by the way, to save money, but also keeps you healthy. Now, starting with the food, to me, this is what I would recommend. If I were to be president, for example, just call me president today. If I were president, I know it has consequences for people, but I will just tell you, one is to make sure I bring these researchers to bring back our original seeds. You know, we are having that issue of seeds, people buying seeds at, for example, maize seeds. You buy them at 20,000. Then you plant, get a harvest, and sell the maize at 500 shillings. So you'll need to sell 40 kilos to reclaim the money for the
kilo you
the
bought.
Kilo you bought. That is the initial capital. I've not talked of
tilting the land,
the labor, removing the weeds, all that kind of the harvest and all this kind of thing. So you'll find that there is no way you can get money from agriculture because of that system, which is like the seeds. You have to go back to the person selling you the seeds. The one you've grown, you cannot keep part of that as seed. You remember, some of us when we were growing up, this thing of buying seeds wasn't so common because you would keep some maize and grow again. You would keep some beans, you grow again.
Yes.
But this time when you grow that one, it will not give the yield like it was. So there is a lot of research that needs to be done to really beat that. And I think that is something to do with some foreign influence, which we really need to wake up with our researchers to multiply the traditional seeds that can give yield, but at the same time be replanted.
Now, Honorable, you've mentioned something very important.
Yes.
You talked about these seeds, but in there, you bring in foreign influence.
Yes.
Now, African countries, allow me to use third world countries.
Yes.
Meet in a certain city, today known as Kampala,
yes,
to design, to draft a working document that is going to help them fight hunger, on the continent, create more jobs, but also eliminate poverty. However, as we draft this, these are countries that are seeking independence in terms of food security, that we should no longer go to the World Food Organization. I think this is what is in their minds, that we have famine, we need the world, other continents to come and help us. We go to countries like Russia, send us wheat, because for you you're so much into production. But at the end of the day, whatever we draft, few of us, if it could even be none of us, can fund their budget 100%. And these people, we are coming up with measures that to a certain extent are making us independent of what we purchase from them. When you talk about moving away from seeds, we buy from Germany, we buy from Denmark, you know, to what is ours. How realistic are we being? You talk of invest your budget, 10% of your national budget, to agriculture, the Malabo Declaration. But when you look critically,
Malabo is actually 16.
Yeah. Now,
it was Maputo, which was 10.
When you look critically, even your budget, you're not funding 50% of your budget. So how practical are what we are coming up with?
So what you mentioned, you know my issue, I'm giving an everlasting solution to this problem. Because as I've explained it to you, we should avoid going back to buy the seed from those people. The only way is by working on our own here, the indigenous seeds, so that, because these ones can be replanted and reproduce, so they can reproduce.
And they are resilient to tough times.
Thank you. So now, that way I'm telling you, it's going to help us to just keep the seeds, maybe in the granaries, or like a country at the national level. You would say, let's have a stabilization fund, for example. It could help. When there is a lot of bumper harvest, you say, oh, maize harvest is now at 500, the price is 500. You put a stabilization fund like it is, for example, in Kenya, they have the National Cereal Board. National Cereal Board buys all the produce from the people. And then for future, they can release it when there is scarcity. But now for this continuity and the resilience, so you really need to really fix that. You see, there are two things a human being needs to be powerful. Two major ones: health and wealth. Now, to be healthy, the best treatment is good food. They say actually, if you eat well, that food becomes your medicine. But when you feed badly, medicine becomes your food. You get? You will say this one is dependent on tablets, you know. That's when, because you did not feed well. But if you feed well, this food is medicine. That is what is going to help you to keep healthy. Two, now the wealth. If 80% are employed in this, why don't we make it lucrative? Value addition should not be just talked about for a few companies. Now, we have the Teju company machine for eastern Uganda to make juice. But they don't use the end of the mangoes from Soroti. What is its use now? It's a white elephant there. You get the point? That's where we get it wrong. Because in Soroti now, you just pay someone 1,000 and you climb the tree. For the entire tree, you take the oranges. And now those oranges also from Soroti are not indigenous. They are those that don't have seeds inside. So once they will die completely. Do you get the point? It's a very dangerous thing, by the way we are heading, if we don't arrest it right away, going back to the indigenous ones. And also using the traditional methods. You see, there is a lot of spraying. These chemicals.
So we need to do organic farming.
Organic farming. Organic farming is the killer in this. Because that means, just imagine that spraying that kills the weeds. It will kill also some important, like worms and what, that bring the fertility. But when you go organic, use mulching. I have a very good example from many people from Western Uganda. They used not to have matoke so much.
Yes.
But right now they are the biggest producers
of matoke.
If you have to count how many trucks come from Western Uganda, it's like 90%. If you have to sit and count.
Yes.
How do they manage to have those big batches of matoke?
Organic manure.
Organic farming. And you see the way God created us to live with animals. Because we are animals also, what we give out is what the plants take in.
Yes.
Yeah? So if you have a mixed farm where you have animals and the crops, man, you are there. You have nailed it, because, like for example, we breathe in oxygen, and the plants give out oxygen, but they breathe in carbon dioxide. We give out carbon dioxide. You know.
Yes, that's symbolic
exactly,
relationship.
you are
yes.
just going back to God, the way symbiotic existence. At the end of the day, you are going to see when you go organic. I was telling you the banana plantations in Western Uganda, they don't use hose. They said they don't allow you to put hose in their garden. They just pluck out the weeds.
Just to keep reminding our viewer that what is happening is activity at the Speak Resort Munyonyo and Conventional Center, where the CAADP Kampala Summit will be starting today. Well, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, has entered or has arrived. And of course, anytime from now, serious activity will be commencing according to the program. And of course, when that starts, we'll have to go direct to Speak Resort Munyonyo. Very important is that after the whole 3 days summit, we shall be having the Kampala Declaration. Now, this is going to be a document, or one would call it a blueprint or a policy paper that we'll be following as a continent of Africa for the next 10 years to ensure that we fight hunger, we fight poverty, and also develop more so our economies that so much depend on agriculture. The heads of state will be also kicking in. Like I earlier told you, we shall have the meeting of ministers for agriculture, the main activity today. Then we shall also have the ministers of agriculture meet with the ministers of foreign affairs tomorrow, and the heads of state will crown it or look at what has been drafted or what the technical teams have come up with, and if all is as they wish, then they'll pen signature and the Kampala Declaration will be kicking on. Now, we shall be having the Africa Union anthem, we shall have our country anthem, and of course, we shall have the Prime Minister who is already there. You can see, of course, the various dignitaries are already standing in honor and in respect, and any time from now, we expect activity to kick off seriously with our Prime Minister's arrival into that. It is a very great opportunity for the African continent, because yet again, we are refocusing. We are putting heads together to see how far we have come from, but what must we do next to ensure that, of course, the reason why CAADP was established. Let's switch direct to that.
Thank you very much. May we please all be seated. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Your Excellency, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister of Uganda and host of the CAADP Summit. Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda and Chair of the Specialized Technical Committee. Honorable Dr. Amnite, Minister of Agriculture of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, African Union Commission. Honorable Ministers here present, Your Excellencies, Commissioners of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, this meeting to order. I thank you.
Thank you so much.